Hello everyone, I am Toshiki Saito and thank you for giving this opportunity. As Houdini is my favorite CD too, so I am glad to speaking here today. I am engineer at Japan Medical Company and commissioned researcher at Tokai University School of Medicine and also freelance animation artist. And I use Houdini in all positions. At Japan Medical Company, I design a medical device and optimize the product manufacturing workflow. Japan Medical Company manufactures the clinical remodeling helmet for infants. This blue helmet is our new product. I'll talk about this helmet later. At Tokai University, I participate in the medical research project. In this project, I am studying about treatment for heart arrhythmia. I analyze medical image of arrhythmia patients using Houdini. I also talk about this project later too. As an animation artist, I create watercolor-like animation using Houdini and After Effects. Two movies at left are current work. Upper left one was used as an opening movie as a designer event. Lower left one is created for the music video. And the center one is and the right one are private work. Today, I'd like to talk about my uses of Houdini in medical research and product design. So let me begin with product design using Houdini. All products in this section are patented. First, I'd like to explain Japan Medical Company. Japan Medical Company is the manufacturer of clinical remodeling helmets for infants. The clinical remodeling helmets is helmets to reform infants' asymmetrical head shapes. Infants' head symmetry are also called flat head syndrome. According to the UK National Health Service, there are two main types of flat head syndrome. One is called brachycephaly. The back of the head becomes flattened, causing the head to widen, and occasionally the forehead bulges out, and the other is called brachycephaly. The head flattened on one side, causing it look asymmetrical. The ears may misalign, and the head looks like a parallelogram when seen from above. And sometimes the forehead and face may bulge a little on the flat side. These problems are quite common, affecting around 1 every 5 babies at some point. Young baby's skull is still relatively soft and can change shape if there is constant pressure on a particular part of their head. So, for example, head asymmetry is caused by sleeping regularly in one position. To treat this head asymmetry, the helmet mold prominent side of the head and allow room for flattened region to grow. So the helmets have different shapes for each patient. So we are making custom-made helmets. To manufacture custom-made helmet, we use this workflow. At first, we get baby's head shape using 3D scanner, and the scanner exports STL file. Next, we create ideal symmetry head shape from the STL file. Then, other shape data is imported to Houdini. Houdini processes the STL file and generates the helmet data. On this step, we set some parameters adaptively for each babies. And the final product is molded by 3D printer. This is our latest helmet. As it has many holes with a basket-like shape, the helmet is very breathable. And since it is separated into front and rear parts, it is very easy to wash. These features were well received by parents and medical staff. But because of this feature, the helmet has very complex shape. The helmet has very complex shapes compared with a conventional one. So to generate a complex model, the CAD tool we used before was not suitable because the CAD tool was inflexible to generate model which fits various shaped heads and unstable to generate basket-like complex shape and very slow to generate model. In our case, Houdini is very suitable. It is flexible, stable, and fast. To generate basket-like complex shape, we used UV mapping logic. UV wrapping and mapping logic. This logic was not implementable in the CAD tool. And to validate data, we take some measurements using VEX. For example, we measure the shell thickness, helmet weight, and distance between baby's head and shell. The point variable node and the measure node enable these measurements. Next, it is difficult for CAD to generate model with many holes, especially the Boolean process such as serial number engraving or hole punching were unstable. It often collapsed the model. To deal with the instability, we use VDB nodes. VDB nodes make the Boolean process very stable. With dozens of heads, our HIVE file works without errors. And speed is the biggest advantage of Houdini. With CAD tool, it takes 15 minutes to generate the helmet model. By using Houdini, the processing time is reduced only 1 minute. VEX enables this speed because it supports much threading and parallel computation, which is difficult to use with CAD tool. To reduce processing time, we use the process monitoring. The process monitoring visualizes the heavy nodes. It helps us to optimize the node network. When constructed the network, the process took about 5 minutes. It was still fast enough, but it got even 5 times faster by the optimization. This speed helps us to increase productivity. Then let me show you. Okay, this is a HIVE file to generate the helmets. I'd like to talk about the structure of HIVE file. The main logic is in this subnetwork. And to generate the personalized helmet, we manipulate the parameters installed as the subnetwork. As this file is distributed to some staff, digital asset is too complicated for unfamiliar staff to control version. So I do not purposely turn this subnetwork into a digital assets. Though the HIVE file refers to some assets, I try to complete in one HIVE file. The inside of the networks looks like this. I can't show you for details, but I'll introduce only a part. The ideal head shape is loaded in this file node. And the helmet data is generated using parameters entered by the staff. Okay, let's get back to above. The nodes that require setting manually, such as draw the outline of the ears, is on the same level with the main subnetwork. First of all, I open the ideal head shape data. Okay, the ideal head shape is loaded. This is either symmetrical head shape data mentioned before slides. I use the sample data in this presentation. Show or hide can be switched using this checkbox. Next, let's display the reference lines and set of the eyebrows, neckline, and sidebars. As reference lines move smoothly, it is easy to fine-tune. Okay, first set eyebrow height and let's set neckline height. Next, let's set the sidebars height. Okay, it seems good. Next, I'll set the line near ears. Check this box to display the ear outline. This network has the automatic ear controlling logic. So this outline is controlled automatically. But sometimes the logic does not work well because the meshes exported from the 3D scanner has variations in quality. So the meshes often has hole or fail to get ear shape or has no manifold geometry. If it doesn't work, we control the ear manually. Okay, let's click this button and activate the draw curve node. And control ear. Like this. The point generated by this draw curve node is visualized by this polywire node. The callback of this button is defined at this Python node. I automate as many operations as possible by using Python script. In case of the bottom, the Python script activated this draw curve node, and the template flag of the polywire node set to true. The draw curve is visualized by polywire node. Then I control the outline, and by clicking this return button, the selection is back to this main subnetwork node. Next, I'll set the opposite side ear outline. But at this time, the automatic controlling logic works well, so I'll go to the next step without manual setting. And this parameter controls distance between the helmet rim and the ears. If these parameters are set to 0, the helmet rim generated around the ear outline. And if they are set to 10, the helmet rim comes to 10 millimeters from the contour line. If you want to reduce the distance at top, you should decrease this top parameter like this. To save trouble, I reduce the parameter that I need to be set by brush up the logic. Then let's check the base shape, which is source of the final product. It looks nice. So let's go to the next step. Set the toggle named view mode to preview. Then Houdini generates the draft version of the helmet, which is generated without heavy processing. We can use the preview version to check for processing errors and model collapsing. Then if it has no errors, we switch a toggle to product and generate the product data. During generate it, although the heavy calculation is performed, such as VDB creation or reducing polygon, still it takes only about 1 minute. Okay, let's generate the product model. Okay, the process is done. Then we need to validate the product data. We can visualize the measured values that needed to be checked by clicking this box. We can visualize the measured values that needed to be checked by clicking box. This visualizes the shell thickness by coloring. Okay, this visualizes the shell thickness by coloring. And this visualizes the distance from the baby's surface. And this is estimated weight, which cannot be shown due to corporate secret. This visual system makes the data check step in the manufacturing workflow faster and easier. If there is no problem in the validation, we save the helmet data by clicking this button. The callback of this button is also defined at this Python node. And the Python script saves the helmet STL data and the backup file which records parameters. In this way, we can generate the helmet data just by manipulating the parameters at this subnetwork. And it can be done without manipulating the logic in the subnetwork. Because of this system, even if you are not familiar with Houdini, you can generate helmet data easily, and it makes our workflow smooth and smart. Okay, the live demo is done. Thank you. Moving on to the next part, I'd like to talk about medical image analysis with Houdini. As I mentioned before, I participated in the medical research project at Tokai University. In this project, I analyze a medical image of heart arrhythmia patients. I'd like to introduce my uses of Houdini in this project. First, I'd like to explain arrhythmia. According to my clinic homepage, heart arrhythmia is an irregular heartbeat. Heart rhythm problems occur when the electrical signals that coordinate the heartbeat don't work properly. The faulty signaling causes the heart to beat too fast or too slow or too irregularly. Heart arrhythmia may feel like fluttering or racing heart and may be harmless. However, some heart arrhythmias may be life-threatening. Heart arrhythmia treatment may include medications, catheter procedures, implemented devices, or surgery to control or eliminate fast, slow, or irregular heartbeats. And radiation therapy is emerging as a complementary therapy when other treatment fails or is not feasible. And then we are starting radiation therapy for arrhythmia patient. These photos and figures show planning and treatment of radiation therapy. At treatment planning, the heart muscle region to be irradiated is determined through analysis of detailed electrocardiogram, and medical image such as computed tomography, nuclear medicine image. After treatment, the same examination is performed to verify the therapeutic effect and check for adverse event. So high accurate medical image analysis are important for appropriate treatment. Let me explain in detail of image analysis. We use a contrast-enhanced computed tomography and nuclear medicine imaging. Nuclear medicine imaging is a method of producing images by administering radioactive tracer. The tracer travels through the area being examined and gives off energy in the form of gamma rays, which are detected by a special camera and computer to create images the inside of your body. For example, in case of the positional emission tomography, ALF fluorodeuthyl glucose is administered. The fluorodeuthyl glucose behaves like glucose, in other words, sugar. It is taken up by glucose using cells such as cancer cells or inflamed cells. So, fluorodeuthyl glucose PET is used to find cancer or inflammatory diseases. As a tracer is also used in the nuclear medicine. For example, 99M technetium is used for evaluation of blood flow in the heart muscle. So, nuclear medicine image has lower resolution compared with computed tomography, but it can visualize how the tissue functions. On the other hand, computed tomography is also called CT. CT scan combines a series of X-ray images taken from different angles around your body and uses computer processing to create cross-sectional images of your body. And the contrast-enhanced CT is the CT scan using radio contrast agent. This is useful to highlight structures such as blood vessels or heart cavity that otherwise would be difficult to delineate from their surroundings. A CT image has high resolution, so it is good to get anatomical information such as tissue position or shape, but it could not visualize the tissue function. Then, to take advantage of both imaging modalities, the multimodal image analysis using contrast-enhanced CT and nuclear medicine imaging is performed. In depth, to identify the line of the heart, we use a contrast-enhanced CT image which has anatomical information. And to evaluate the heart muscle function, we use nuclear medicine image. The heart is oriented obliquely against the body, and different people have different heart shapes and orientations. We must align the heart orientation correctly. But in case of patient with heart problem, the heart muscle is often hard to see and the nuclear medicine image is blurred. So we use contrast-enhanced CT image to identify and align the heart position. And to perform precise analysis, we must exclude effect of the other than the heart muscle. Three-dimensional heart muscle mask is needed. But the nuclear medicine image is too hard to see to create the mask. So we also use contrast-enhanced CT image here as well. As described above, we align the heart or create the mask of heart muscle using the CT image. And we quantify the heart muscle function using nuclear medicine image. But these images are acquired by different scanners, so we need to align them precisely. The image analysis tool we use in the clinical environment is not suitable to do this, although it has the function to align multimodal image. But in this case, there are too many image types to align in one tool because we use various kinds of the nuclear medicine imaging techniques such as MIBZ, technetium scintigraphy, and FDG PET. And in nuclear medicine, The quantitative analysis is important to evaluate the tissue function objectively. To quantify the tissue function, we calculate the amount of the tracer in the area being examined. The pixel value of the image is used in the calculation. And next, various analysis is performed. For example, in case of heart muscle, we divided the tissue into several areas and calculate the sum of the tracer amount for each area. As another example, we plot the temporal changes of the amount after the tracer administration. For research use, the image analysis tool we use in the clinical environment is not suitable. Certainly, the image analysis tool is useful for the widely used method, but the tool is hard to try the new quantified method. It can only be used for certain purposes. And as I mentioned before, it is inflexible to analyze by using multimodal image. Even in this case, Houdini is suitable. With Houdini, various nodes enable rapid prototyping to try the new analyzing logic, and the result of the method is visualized easily with advantage as the CD2. Like this, the heart muscle information is visualized in three-dimensional viewport. As I mentioned before, to analyze nuclear medicine image, we use the mask extracted from CT image. Unlike conventional tool we use in nuclear medicine, the Houdini is easy to manipulate in three-dimensional domain. So to summarize the points of my talk, I introduced our practical example of Houdini on medical image analysis and medical product design. At medical product design, the Houdini made our production workflow fast, stable, and flexible. And at medical image analysis, the Houdini enabled flexible medical image analysis. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
よろしくお願いいたします。本日は関ヶ原山水図屏風メイキングと題しまして、フーディニによる、群衆アニメーションの実例について解説させていただければと思っています。まずはじめに、簡単な自己紹介をさせていただきます。羊と申しまして、CG が本職っていうわけではなく、主にプログラミングを使った、プロシージャルだったり、インタラクティブな、表現全般に、関するような、仕事をしています。会社に属していないのでフリーランスなんですが、バックスペース東京というプロダクションチームの中で活動していて、日頃はオフィスのある下北沢の方で、仕事したり創作活動などをやっています。で、そういった活動をしている中で、今年初めですね、公開された関ヶ原山水図屏風というインスタレーション作品があるんですが、こちらの制作をフーディニでお手伝いさせていただきました。で、こちらは映像作家の重田祐介さんの作品で、大阪歴史博物館に所蔵されている関ヶ原合戦図屏風というものをもとに、動くピクセルアートの作品として作ったものです。で、風景のアニメーションはすべて手書きで作られていて、人物のアニメーションを、バックスペースチームの方でフーディに使ってアニメーションさせています。で、作品制作について相談が来たのが、2020年の11月頃で、その時ちょうどフーディニ 18.5 が発表されてちょっと経ったぐらいでした。で、500人ぐらいいる侍や農民を、3DCG で動かしたいという相談だったので、KineFX を活用できるチャンスだなと思って、フーディニを使って挑戦することにしました。 で、課題というか、制作の当初ですね、心配事としてあったのは、とにかくキャラクターのバリエーションが多いっていうことです。で、人物が5種類、鎧武者、陣羽織、侍みたいに5種類ほどモデルとしていまして、カラーが8から12種類、各キャラクターごとにあると。で、テクスチャーも多いもので、10種類ぐらいある。で、その他に、武器を持ってたり、傘を被っていたり、農具を持っていたりなど、個別のアイテムも20種類ぐらいあると。でこれらすべての、全パターンの組み合わせっていうのはないものの、これらを、ちゃんと管理しながら、配置して、さらにアニメーションさせる。原作になるべく沿った形の、配置を実現するというので、これらをうまく管理する必要がありました。で、工程としては、フーディニのエージェント機能を使った群衆シミュレーションを使って、動きを作り込んでおります。で、今日はその様子を実際フーディニプロジェクトを触りながら実演していければと思います。今回は、こういった感じで、走ってくる侍と歩いてくる侍がいて、で、この一定のエリアに到達すると、侍が戦い始めて、しばらくすると倒れて消えていくみたいな。こういう、一連の流れをエージェントとして、構築するまでを、ちょっと説明できたらなと思います。全体像としては、こんな感じで作っていまして、まず侍の、単一のモデルがあって、これは通常の FBX をインポートしたものです。このモデルから、元となるエージェントを作りますと。で、こういった感じで、侍をいい感じに配置して、で、それをこのガイドに沿って動いてもらい、このバトルゾーンというジオメトリー、こういった領域を指定してあるんですが、これに入ったら戦い始めるみたいなアニメーションを組むっていう一連の流れをここのトップネットの中で、やっています。で、まずエージェントの中なんですが、まず、先ほどのモデルを新キャラクターインポートで、こっちに持ってきて、エージェントフロムリグで、一つのエージェントとして、定義しています。で、それらを、丸腰の侍と刀がいるもの、刀持っているものと、あと刀と傘を持っているものというふうに、バリエーションをつけるのが、このエージェントレイヤーというノードですね。エージェントレイヤーというノードで、バリエーションを追加する。これを一つ一つパターン作っていくと大変なので、こういうふうにノードで、レイヤーを追加することで、バリエーションをつけています。で、さらに歩いたり走ったり戦ったりといったモーションがあるので、それらのモーションを追加しています。で、レイヤーと動きを定義できたエージェントたちは、ここのクラウドソースというノードで、ランダムに配置しています。という、エージェントの定義、アイテムの追加、モーションの追加、エージェントの配置という、こういったまず基本的な流れがあります。で、今回一番活用したのがこのエージェントレイヤーなんですが、一つの侍というエージェントに、刀を持っているものとか、刀と傘を持っているものとか、いろいろバリエーションを付け加えることができます。で、これなので、モデルを一つ一つ作らなくても、侍のモデルに、こういったですね、他にも槍だとか、弓矢だとか、銃だとか、いろいろなアイテムをレイヤーとして持たせてあげることで、一個一個モデルを作らなくても、バリエーションを作ることができるという機能になっています。で、レイヤーを追加するには、エージェントレイヤーをエージェントの後ろに持ってきてあげて、で、レイヤーネームを決めてあげて、レイヤーバインディングで、アッドシェイプというチェックを入れると、 ソップを指定することができます。ソップを指定して、どこのボーンを基準にするかというところを選択してあげると、今、右手ライトハンドに持ってますが、例えば、レフトハンドにすると、このように、左手を基準にオブジェクトが配置されます。で、配置されたオブジェクトは、ここのシェイプトランスフォームで、このように、いい感じのところに持ってきてあげると、いちいちソップに戻らなくても、このように、手の位置だとか、調整することができます。で、制作したレイヤーにさらに、レイヤーを足すこともできて、このレイヤー刀の下にあるレイヤー刀傘というレイヤーは、刀と傘両方持ってるんですが、このレイヤーは、ソースレイヤーが刀になっているので、この刀レイヤーをベースにしたレイヤー。なので、ここは、刀を追加する必要なくて、傘のソップだけを追加することで、刀と傘両方持っているレイヤーを追加することができます。なので、刀レイヤーに戻って、例えば、刀の大きさを大きくすると、傘レイヤーの方も大きい状態が維持されているというように、うまく階層化してあげることで、バリエーションをきっちりと管理することができるようになっています。で、モーションの追加については、同じようにエージェントにノードを足していくという形式になっていて、このエージェントクリップレイヤーを使って、個々のアニメーションを追加していくという形になっています。で、今回は、かなりいろいろなアニメーションを、いろいろなキャラクター、侍とか鎧武者とかに追加する必要があったので、このアセットという形にして、歩くモーションとか、これは刀を担ぐモーションとか、ちょっと小走りとかっていうのを、選択して、ここで、個別に追加できるようなアセットを作っています。今回、侍のアニメーションをつけるのに、ミクサモというウェブサービスを使いました。で、非常に、たくさんの素材があって、便利だったんですが、ただですね、いかんせん、キャラクターの動きが、どうしても西洋の人物で姿勢がすごく良かったりとか、あとどうしてもやっぱり微妙に欲しい動きと違うみたいなのがあったんですが、その辺は、リグポーズノードを使って、ちょっと前かがみにさせたりとか、右腕を担ぐ姿勢をさせたりとかすることで、必要な動きをですね、迅速に用意することができたと思います。で、アニメーションが用意できたら、最後にエージェントをこのように配置します。クラウドソースノードは、特定の領域に、エージェントをランダムに、散らすことができるノードで、このようにエリアサイズを自由に動かしてランダムに配置したり、あとは整列させたり、右側のインプットに、ジオメトリーを持ってきて、長方形以外の形にもですね、自由に配置させることができます。で、エージェントのレイヤーも、ランダマイズすることができて、さっき用意したレイヤーの、デフォルト刀傘、今3種類いるんですが、これを自由に今デフォルトだけとか、あと、刀をここに追加すると、刀が半分半分ぐらいで、ランダムに配置される。で、そのウェイトもこのように、割合を変更することが、できたりしますと。で、ランダムに、キャラクターを散らすだけだったら、これで十分なんですが、今回は、原作の屏風があったので、いい感じに散って いいところもあったんですが、なんとなくこう原作と配置を寄せたい、ランダムにしつつも寄せたいみたいな、ことがあったときには、このエージェント、クラウドソースをそのまま編集することもできて、セレクトをして、このように、エディットノードで、例えばこのキャラクターはもうちょっとこっちにいてほしいみたいな、いうような、配置を微調整することも、できます。で、配置は先ほどのように、エディットノードでいじることができますし、ステートやクリップなんかも、ラングルでいじることが、できます。で、この場合ですね、クラウドソースの方のランダマイズで、2個のステートを用意しています。オークライトハンドフィックスという、刀を右手に担いでいるキャラと、ソードランというもう刀を構えて走っている2つのアニメーションがあるんですが、丸腰のキャラに関しては、このどちらも、該当しないことになってしまうので、この子たちに関しては普通に歩いてほしい。そうなった時に、プリミティブラングルで、エージェント、カレント、レイヤーとすると、現在の、レイヤーを取得することができます。なので、この丸腰はデフォルトというレイヤーで先ほど定義したので、if レイヤーイコールデフォルトとなったときに、クリップをウォークにしたい。そうなったときに、ウォークというクリップを追加してあげます。ウォークというクリップは、先ほどこのアセットの方で追加しております。で、設定エージェントクリップネームでウォークのクリップをセットして、ポイントアトリビュートの方の、ポイントアトリビュートのステートも、一緒に変更する必要がありますので、をウォークにすると。このようにすると、丸腰のキャラクターは歩いているけど、刀を持っているキャラクターは担いでいて、あとたまに、走っているというような、やや複雑な条件も、ラングルで、指定することができます。で、このように、基本的な配置と、初期状態を、こちらでエージェントとして、構築してきたので、これらを実際に歩かせようと思いますので、ドップに移っていきます。で、ドップネットに入りましたので、エージェントを動かすときは、このクラウドソルバーというソルバーを使って動かしていきます。オブジェクト。で、ポップソースというノードをクラウドソルバーに入れて、先ほど作ったエージェントのソップを指定して、でこのままだと、ポイントになってしまっているので、オールジオメトリー。で、ドップの方で、ステートの管理をさせないといけないので、クラウドステートというノードを用意して、さっき定義されていたようなウォーク、レフトハンドフィックス、ソードラン。このように、さっき定義した、ステートをこちらでもう一度定義します。で、今このポップソースだと、マイフレームキャラクターが生産され続けてしまうので、バースのところを f イコール1として、最初のフレームだけ発生するようにします。でこうすると先ほど、用意したエージェントが前に進んでいってくれます。で、走ってるキャラクターがちょっと足が滑ってるので、これに関してはソードランのステートの方で、スピードを定義してあげます。ヒットスピード というふうに、速度を指定すると、それぞれのアニメーションにちょうどいいスピードで、動いてくれます。で、今、走っているキャラクターの方が速いので、例えばこういう時に、ちょっと歩いてるキャラに食い込んでしまうということが起きてしまうので、そういう時は、ポップステアアボイドというノードを追加してあげると、お互いに避け合う、距離であったりとか強さというのを、指定することができます。そうすると、このように、食い込んだり、突き抜けたりしないように、この回避するような行動を取ってくれるので、これで群衆がたくさんいてもうまく矛盾のない動きをしてくれるようになります。で、今このままだとまっすぐ進むだけで、アボイダンスで適当に散ったりとかっていう風になってしまうので、ポップステアパスというノードを使って、最初に言っていたこのガイドに沿って走ってもらおうと思います。で、これも、ホーススケールとか、どのぐらいの強さで、そのコースに沿って動くかというパラメーターがいくつもあるんですが、基本的にはソップを入れれば、さっき表示したコースに沿ってですね、こういった感じで動いてくれます。で、これでカーブに沿ってくれるようになったので、今度ここに設定した、領域に来たら、戦うアニメーションをして合戦が始まるというような、トリガーを設定したいと思います。クラウドソルバーには、トリガーという項目を追加することが、できます。で、このトリガーに対して、トランジションをつないであげて、で、こうすると、何かをきっかけにして、ステートに変化を起こさせるというような、イベントを組み込むことができます。で、さっきの領域に入った時に、戦い始めるというようなアクションを起こさせたいので、トリガーのタイプはデフォルトのオブジェクトバウンズ。で、ソップが先ほどのバトルゾーンと。こういう領域を指定してあげます。で、ステートもスラッシュ1というステートをさっき用意してたので、スラッシュ1。で、トランジションは何から何に変化するかというのを定義できるので、ここのインプットステートをソードラン。で、アウトプットステートをスラッシュ1。という風にすると、ここのオブジェクトバウンズを、基準にして、ソードランのステートのキャラクターがスラッシュ1に、ここデュレーションなんですが、1秒で変化するというように、なります。なので、こうやって走ってくると、走ってきた侍が、切りかかるアニメーションに変化すると。で、歩いてるキャラクターは、そのままになってます。インプットステートがソードランになってるので、そのまま素通りしていく。なので、例えばここをワイルドカードにしてあげると、走ってきて、走ってくる侍はそのまま、刀を切りつけるんですが、歩いてるキャラクターも、刀持ってないけど、切りかかるアニメーションに変わります。というように、いろいろ条件を指定して、トリガーアクションを起こすことができます。で、このトリガーも、マージして、クラウドソルバーに入れてあげれば、いろいろなトリガーを並列で定義することができて、例えば戦ってるキャラクターで、関ヶ原の作品の、合戦のシーンでは、特定のエリアまで来たら、戦い始める。で、戦闘モーションからしばらく経過したら、倒れるモーションに、切り替わるというようなトリガーを定義していました。なので、それを再現すると、スラッシュ1 to this one で、今回は領域ではなくて、 カレントステートデュレーションっていう、トリガータイプがあるので、これを、一定時間経過したら、例えば、2秒経過したら倒れるモーションに切り替わるという風にすると、このように何度か切り替わるアニメーションをするんですが、次々に倒れていくというような定義をしました。で、今だと、倒れるモーションを繰り返してしまうので、また頭に戻って倒れ続けてしまいます。で、今回は倒れた後、消えて欲しかった、その場でキャラクター自体消えて欲しかったので、その辺はラングルで書いてしまっています。ポップラングルでもクリップタイムとか現在の状態を、取得することができるので、それらを利用して、条件を記述することが可能です。現在のステートが、des1 で、タイムが 4.0 の時には、dead というアトリビュートを1にします。で、ポップの中で dead のアトリビュートを1にして、クラウドソルバーの方で、リープパーティクルのチェックをオンにすると。そうすると、デッドのフラグが立ったキャラクターから通常のパーティクルと同じように、消してくれるので、このように、トリガーで定義してもいいんですが、ラングルの方でもうちょっと込み入った条件とか、入れたいときには、このようにラングルでもう少し複雑な条件だったりを記述してあげると、より込み入った、動きを定義することができます。なのでこれ、倒れたキャラクターからこのようにデッドのフラグが立つので消えていくと。といったような感じで、この屏風のいろいろなゾーンに、一つずつドップを組んでいって、侍を動かすというような形でどんどん絵作りをしていきました。で、これが実際にそういったエージェント機能を利用して、作った関ヶ原の合戦図屏風、その一部のシーンですね。実際にはこういったプロジェクトを、いくつか分けて用意して、最後コンポジットするというような、手順を踏んでいます。で、この辺は、作者の重田さんに、こういったコースでみたいな指定をいただいたので、それと、この今見えてるのは、ドット絵の、下絵になるものですね。で、それに合うように、コースであったりとか、あとは、ここ通らないように壁みたいなオブジェを用意したりとか、で、これがさっき動かしたような、戦闘エリアなんですが、その直前には、歩きから走りに変化するエリアを設けたりして、徐々に戦いに向かっていく様みたいなのを、コースを組んで、作っています。実際はこういう感じで、両側から侍がどんどんやってきて、ここで戦いをして、で、倒れたものから、消えていくみたいな。で、エージェントが消えていくときも、ただパッと消えるのだとちょっと不自然なので、いわゆるピクセルアート的な、タッチなので、消え方もちょっとディザっぽく、できないかということで、ちょっとその辺は、マテリアルで、トライしていたりします。で、このマテリアルも、キャラクターごとに、バリエーション、カラーバリエーションがあったり、この模様ですね、足の模様とかも、テクスチャーで分かれていたりするので、この辺はもうアトリビュートの番号を変えていくと、よいしょ、このようにカラーパレットが、切り替わるというようなマテリアルを作って、で、ジオメトリーの色を、固定にしておいて、それをランプでマテリアルノードの中で作った、パレットに、切り替えていくというような 組み方をしています。0番がこれで、1番、2番というような形で、消えるのもまた、disappear というアトリビュートを定義しておいて、消える量を0から1と定義して、で、それを、ノイズの、濃さで、アルファに置き換えて、消していくというようなことをしています。なんで、この今、@disappear というアトリビュートがあるんですが、これをこう上げていくと、徐々にディザっぽい消え方をしてくれるというような風なので、作品の動画自体は、ループしていて、つなぎ目なくずっと再生されるものなので、次から次に、侍が来ても、自然に消えてどんどん循環していくというような仕組みを構築しています。はい。というような形で、フーディニの、エージェント機能であるとか、他にもいろいろな、ツールを使って、この関ヶ原山水図屏風という作品の、制作のお手伝いをさせていただきまして、その事例を紹介させていただきました。はい。で、ちょっとまとめに入ります。当初、500人ぐらい侍を動かしたいみたいな、お話をいただいて、どうしようかなと思ったんですけど、エージェント機能を使って、うまく管理することができたかなと思います。で、フーディニのエージェントは、ドップベースになってるんで、なんか、複雑な条件とかを、例えばこのキャラだけこうしたいとか、3体に1体はこの動きさせたいみたいなとか、ちょっと込み入った条件とかも、ドップ上でこう、ベックスを書いて、書けるのが、私的には結構、便利だなと思ったポイントで、もともとプログラムを書いて映像を作ったりみたいなことが多かったので、その辺ベックスで条件を書いちゃえるっていうのは、非常に嬉しかったなと思います。で、お話しいただいたのが11月の頭ぐらいで、およそ2ヶ月弱ぐらいですかね、実際、制作に使えた時間で、もう一人バックスペース東京のメンバーに手伝ってもらって、二人でこの人物のアニメーションのところに関しては、二人で2ヶ月弱ぐらいで、やったんですが、この量を、さばけたのは結構フーディニの各ツールの強みにすごく助けられたかなということを、思いました。はい。という感じで、私からの発表は以上になります。ありがとうございました。
Hello，大家好。首先做一个简单的自我介绍，我叫季玉岭，我之前从事的都是影视相关的一些工作，大概有7年左右的工作经验。今年是转到了这个游戏这个行业，目前是在腾讯，主要承担的就是 PCG 相关的一些工作。这次分享主要就是介绍一下如何使用程序化的方式，去生成一座比较写实的、可控性比较高的一个城市链条系统。然后我们这里是在 Houdini 里面制作了相关的一些 HDA， 然后通过 Unreal 引擎去实现了最终的一个效果。然后后面我们也会详细分享每个 HDA 的设计和使用的一些方法。接下来来看一下我们这个项目需求啊，大概就分这4个部分吧。第一部分就是这个桥面的生成。首先我们需要实现的就是各种车道的一个划分啊，比如说这个机动车道啊、人行道啊，然后中间隔离带啊这些等等啊。然后其次需要实现的就是交通标志的一个分布啊，包括这个实线啊、虚线啊，还有这个箭头啊这样的一个分布。然后最后需要考虑的就是这个交叉口的一个处理啊。然后第二部分就是这个护栏的一个生成啊，护栏这部分就是提供一些预制模型，然后沿着曲线去摆放啊，然后生成我们最终的一个护栏。然后还有就是这个交叉口这部分的一个处理啊。然后是我们这个钢架的一个生成。钢架也是就是提供一些预制模型，然后沿着曲线去摆放。然后还有一个点就是我们要根据桥面的宽度去适配我们这个钢架的一个组数啊。最后一部分就是这个桥墩的生成。 桥墩我们也是提供了一些预置模型，然后沿着曲线去放置然后生成我们最后的一个桥墩资产。然后还有就是立交桥起始段需要一个垂直墙体这样的一个结构然后这些就是我们这个项目的一些需求接下来来介绍一下我们这个工具制作中遇到的一些困难首先就是这个交叉口的一个处理然后这个交叉口这个结构怎么样去生成，然后包括这些交通标志然后怎么样去放置然后还有就是这个车道的一个划分然后怎么样根据我们这个墙面的宽度，然后去自动适配我们合适的一个车道这些都是我们工具制作的时候需要考虑到的一些问题来说一下我们传统的制作方式大概分2种，第一种就是纯手动制作就利用我们3维建模软件包括 Max 玛雅呀这种，然后由美术同学根据项目组的一些需求然后纯手动的把这些资产创建出来然后还有一种就是手动和程序化生成相结合的这样的一个方式然后就是比较难的地方，比如说交叉口的一个处理，就是我们使用手动的方式去生成然后其余的部分我们就使用程序化的一个方式去生成，然后最后把这2部分结合在一起然后完成我们整个资产的一个创建大概就是这2种方式来说一下我们这个程序化生成的一个方式其实程序化生成的方式就是需要用户提供一些输入然后经过一些制定的规则和算法最后能输出一个结果。然后我们这个里面就是需要用户提供曲线和模型的一个输入然后这个规则和算法的制定就是在 HDA 内部然后来进行的，然后经过这个 HDA 的运算就会输出一个结果，就是我们这个立交桥资产然后这边这个图就是我们在 PCG Flow 里面的一个截图然后后面我们会介绍一下这个 PCG Flow 这个插件然后来简单对比一下这2种方式首先手动生成资产的这种方式如果你道路的宽度改变或者交叉角度改变，那么你交叉口的资产就需要重新去建模，它是没有办法支持任意路宽或者任意交叉角度的一个设置但是程序化生成的这种方式其实是可以支持的然后就是这个效率方面手动生成资产这个效率其实是很低的然后我们程序化生成是可以非常快速的去迭代比较高效。然后就是这个开发成本，手动的话就不需要开发成本了，直接做就可以了。然后我们程序化生成是需要一些开发的一个成本然后手动就是没有办法自动化，我们程序化生成就是可以完全的实现一个自动化的一个设置从上面的对比我们可以看出如果使用手动这种方式去生成资产的话，一旦涉及修改就可能有大量重复性的这种工作去做。但使用程序化生成其实就不会有这个问题用户只需要修改相应的输入端口，就可以快速的得到一个结果在项目中我们资产的创建就往往要经过很多次的迭代，最终才能产生一个比较满意的一个结果。因此的话，如果使用程序化生成这种技术，其实是一个比较好的一个选择。虽然说使用程序化生成技术需要一定的这个前期的一个开发成本但一旦把这个流程建立起来的话，就是整个过程还是非常的一个高效的。简单介绍一下 PCG Flow 和 PCG Spline因为我们立交桥是使用 PCG Flow 插件来创建的然后我们 PCG Flow 这个插件其实就是基于官方插件 Houdini Engine 来开发的只不过它提供了更多的一个数据类型比如说我们可以输入 mask 输入点云等等，然后它还提供了一个可视化的这样的一个界面然后可以方便我们管理这些 HDA 然后还优化了一些使用体验。然后来说一下这个 PCG Spline 工具因为 Houdini Engine 提供的曲线工具操作起来不是特别方便然后由于里面自带的这个 Landscape Spline 要依赖于这个地形去创建这对没有地形的场景就比较难使用了，所以我们就开发了一个新的这个曲线绘制工具PCG Spline。然后它的一些特点就是跟Landscape Spline 一样，可以显示这个宽度还有切线控制的功能但是它可以脱离这个地形系统去工作然后还可以支持一些自定义模板的一些创建然后每个曲线可以快速的引用这些参数模板，然后后面我们会详细介绍一下。接下来介绍一下我们这个 HDA 整体的一个设计思路我们这里面是分了4个 HDA， 然后桥面、护栏、钢架和桥墩然后大概的流程就是这样，首先我们使用 PCG Spline 工具去绘制曲线，然后配置一下曲线的参数模板，然后这参数模板包括一些基本的属性，比如说这个桥面的宽度，还有这个车道的数量车道的分布这些等等。 然后再对每一条曲线引用这个参数模板，输入到各自的这个 HDA 当中，然后有些 HDA 可能还需要输入一些预置模型，然后最终通过调整 HDA 本身的一些参数来生成各自的对应的一些资产，然后最后再把这些资产汇总在一起，然后生成我们这个立交桥系统大概就是这样的一个流程。来看一下我们这个实现的一个整体的效果这个就是我们在Unreal 引擎里面使用 PCG 辅助插件，然后配合我们的 HDA 得到的一个效果然后这个就是我们需要输入的曲线使用 PCG Spline 工具绘制的曲线。然后这个就是输入的预置模型一个是护栏，一个是桥墩。然后这个就是在引擎里面的一个效果。然后我们还可以通过修改曲线上的自定义参数来得到不同的这个车道效果，比如这种双向车道还有这种单向车道还有这种不同的这种汇聚效果这个是通过修改不同的预置模型输入，然后得到一个不同的一个护栏和桥墩的一个效果。接下来我们看一下这个视频演示好的，这是我们立交桥的一个视频效果展示然后接下来由我的同事雨果给大家分享一下这个桥面 HDA 的制作方法。
大家好，我是雨果。接下来由我向大家介绍一下我们高架桥面的制作思路。我们要达到的目标是对于给定的输入曲线输出对应的桥面模型。其中有几件事情需要做，包括车道的划分、交通标志的摆放以及路口的处理。在开始之前，实际上我们有第0步，就是先要参考一下公开的真实的道路设计规范，从里面提取相应的精简的重要的参数。这些参数需要对那些视觉上比较重要的元素，比如车道、应急车道、分隔离带等等有足够的控制能力。其中比较有意思的一个点在于，这些参数之间互相可能都会有关联，然后当美术指定其中一个或多个参数的时候，剩下来的参数需要能够自动去匹配。当所有的参数都确定下来之后，我们需要对一条路上每个不同材质的部分分别生成对应的横截面。顺带一提的是，这个横截面基于现实情况考虑，它并不是纯平的。有了这个横截面之后，我们再对输入的这条曲线进行放样，再赋予相应的材质，我们就可以得到大致的桥面的模型了。至于交通标志的部分，我们是一张共用的贴图，一个共用的材质，通过不同的那个 UV 区域的裁分，进行引用。引用的方式呢，就是拷贝到相应的点位上，通过调节不同的道路宽度、车道宽度、车道数量、应急车道的位置等等这些参数，我们就可以得到如下图所示的各种道路的表现。接下来看一段视频演示。 接下来我们再讲讲细节。除了道路横截面之外，实际上我们还有一个前期工作要准备的，那就是一些辅助曲线。我们需要对道路中心线、每条车道的中心线、车道的分隔线、应急车道的内缘、外缘等等，分别生成各自的辅助曲线。这个辅助曲线上需要有对应的方向信息，这个方向信息一方面是用于摆放交通标志，另一方面它实际上也是判定某条车道是否可以左转或者右转的重要依据。接下来我们还有路口没有处理，我们需要根据车道的宽度标出每一个路口，然后针对每一个路口我们分别拿到 XZ 平面上处理，处理完了之后再放回原来的高度。对于十字路口我们是这么处理的，首先根据顺时针方向我们对它进行编号，有了这个编号我们就可以很清楚的知道哪些相邻的点是应该连在一起的，然后我们就根据它对应的方向进行连接，都连上之后我们再进行一次 resample， 就可以得到一个平滑的路口的多边形。这种处理方式也可以比较好的处理这种非纯平的道路截面，同样它也可以比较好的处理这种丁字路口。对于另外一种高架上可能更常见的这种通过匝道上下的路口，我们是这么处理的，就是首先对于每一个交叉路口我们找出最宽的那条路作为主路，有了主路之后我们就可以把匝道进行切割了。这里有一点小技巧，就是匝道和主路的这个应急车道在切割的时候 UV 方向最好是匹配的，如图所示。当匝道已经切割完毕之后，我们反过来就可以用匝道把主路的应急车道切开了，之后再把匝道和主道合并在一起，我们就得到了一个完整的可以从匝道上下的这样一个路口模型。在交通标志的部分，我们就需要用到前面准备好的这些辅助曲线。我们还需要把这些曲线上指向路口的部分给标示出来。有了这些信息，我们可以比较容易的算出什么点上需要放什么样的交通标志。再然后的话是针对性的在路口生成对应的停车线和斑马线等等。当所有的路口都处理完了，我们再和那些不需要处理的不在路口直接放样可以生成的曲线合并起来，就得到了一个完整的高架桥面的模型。最后我们再看一段视频演示。谢谢大家，接下来请季玉宁同学继续。
好的，谢谢雨果。然后接下来介绍一下我们这个护栏的这个工具啊。然后护栏的这个工具，它需要的输入就是一个曲线，还有一个模型啊。然后它输出的就是我们这个护栏的这个资产，可以看一下这边这个图啊。第一步就是生成这个护栏曲线啊。 然后护栏曲线其实就是根据这个桥面曲线来生成的啊。然后把这个桥面曲线沿着它切线的方向和 up 向量插成出来的这个方向啊，然后向这两侧去偏移，然后偏移的值就是这个桥面宽度值的1半啊，然后就可以得到我们这个护栏的这个曲线。第二步就是把相交的这部分曲线单独的提取出来，然后根据曲线之间的这些交点，将这个曲线进行切分。第三步就是清除道路内部的曲线。首先我们会定义一个道路内部的方向，然后切分出来的每段线段都去找和它相交的这条曲线啊，然后判断它是否在这个道路内部，如果在道路内部就把它清除掉，然后我们最终就得到一个这样的一个结果。第四步就是处理转角这部分，根据线段之间的夹角，我们将得到的这些线段分成2部分啊，然后我们对尖锐的这些部分进行切分，然后得到下面这样的一个效果。最后一步就是将处理之后的这个相交部分曲线和没有相交的这部分曲线合并在一起啊，然后根据我们输入的这个预制模型的长度来切分我们这个曲线，再将这个切分出来的每段曲线都替换成这个预制模型啊，最后就生成了我们这个护栏资产。然后来看一下我们这个视频演示啊。接下来介绍一下这个钢架工具啊。这个工具也是需要输入这个曲线和模型啊，然后最终输出的就是我们这个钢架资产。钢架这个工具就比较简单啊，首先需要生成这个摆放钢架的这些曲线啊，然后就是根据我们这个桥面的宽度和输入这个钢架预制模型的这个宽度啊，然后来计算出就是把钢架铺满这个整个桥面最接近的一个组数啊，然后就生成这个几组曲线。第二步就是根据我们得到的这个钢架组数啊，然后来重新调整我们这个钢架的比例啊，然后保证钢架之间既没有这个交叠，也没有这个空隙啊。第三步就是根据我们调整之后的这个钢架比例，然后来切分我们这个摆放钢架的这个辅助线啊，然后再把每段辅助线上替换成这个钢架模型啊，就跟之前介绍那个护栏的方式其实是一样的。然后最后就可以得到我们这个钢架的资产。然后来最后介绍一下我们这个桥墩的这个工具啊。桥墩的这个工具需要提供的输入也是一个曲线和预制模型啊，然后它就可以输出我们这个桥墩的资产。第一步就是在我们这个输入的这个桥面曲线上重新的散布点，然后在每个点上沿着这个曲线的方向 copy 我们这个桥墩的模型。然后我们这里边是提供了3种不同宽度的一个桥墩啊，它会根据这个桥面的宽度去适配最接近这个宽度的桥墩来 copy 到每个点上。然后用户也可以调整这个点的密度来控制这个桥墩的密度啊。第二步就是生成我们立交桥垂直墙体结构这部分曲线啊。然后这部分其实跟我们前面生成护栏曲线的方法其实是一样的，就是沿着我们这个切线方向和向上的这个方向插成出来的这个方向，然后偏移我们这个桥面曲线，然后就可以得到这个两侧的这个曲线，然后再对这个起始端进行切分啊，然后就是变成了我们这个生成垂直墙体结构的这个曲线啊。然后第三步就是使用我们得到的这个部分曲线，然后和地面的这个高度的一个设置啊，然后来生成我们这个垂直墙体结构啊，然后再加上我们前面生成的这个桥墩模型啊，最后就完成了整个立交桥桥墩的一个创建。然后大家可以看一下视频演示啊。 好，那今天分享就到这里啊，谢谢大家。
My thoughts about simulation in Houdini. Hello everyone, my name is Car Drifter, a Houdini artist from China. Previously on my philosophy of Houdini, I introduced my learning methods and concepts about Houdini. Here are simple conclusions in case you did not watch it. I make a series of Houdini tutorials named the Taoism of Houdini, which includes every node and technique I know about Houdini. Taoism, the Chinese traditional philosophy, emphasizes the essence. Anything complicated comes from simplicity, so don't get lost by the complex appearance. Anything complex is made of simplicity, so try to divide complexity and mastery one by one. The IPO formula: input, process, and output. This is the very core pattern of Houdini structure, which repeat again and again to build out a very complex network. Point and voxel are the two basic elements in Houdini, which are the containers for data indeed. The core functions of nodes are creating data or changing data. It's all about data flow under the hood. Again, for the Taoism of Houdini, my purpose is to make it simplified and as well as unified, so that I could figure out the essence of Houdini. In Houdini, we have several ways to make an object move: key phrase, expression, chance, and simulation. Let's think a while. What's the major difference of simulation? Given the rule, simulation has the memory of last frame. It calculates the result of current frame based on last frame. So here is the difference among them. For keyframe animation, it follows the animation curve. For expression, rules defined by expression. And for simulation, a cumulated result based on rules. Let's switch to Houdini for a demonstration. Here I create a sphere, and primitive type I set to primitive. And let's open the geometry spreadsheet. So here we can see it only includes one point. And I add a transform node. In the translate parameter y-axis, I assign keyframe. So we can see that the sphere is animated. We can tell from the position attribute, the y-axis, we can open the animation curve. This is the animation curve. So we use keyphrase to drive the animation based on this animation curve. So at the very first frame, the sphere is on the original point, 0. But the next frame, it will jump up to 100 meters and then fall down to negative 100 meters. So this is the feature of animation. It only cares about this animation curve. And another way to make sphere move is use expression. Here I create a point warp. That's it. And I use random. Here I use position to drive the position input. And then use here 3D vector input to 3D vector output. Unchecked clamp position to integer. Check. Add. Add frame into position and then drive the random. So in different frame, we will get the different result of random. Finally, we add the result of random to position. Here we see the result. We can see that the sphere is moving. The position of this sphere is always between 0 and 1. This is another way to make an object move, use expression. And the third way is use simulation. Here I create a solver. I use the same random to drive this sphere, so I copy this point warp. Connect it to previous frame. When we play this, you can see that the same random functions in solver, we can see the sphere is going up in this direction. It's no longer drift around the original point. So this is the difference. I think these two examples shows the difference between simulation and expression. For expression, it only cares about current frame, so it does not have any memory about last frame or previous frame. But in solver or simulation, the result of current frame is based on last frame or previous frame. So we can see that the sphere is accumulated, although use the same random function. So in the very first frame, maybe it becomes this position, and another frame, it becomes more, and the third frame and fourth frame, we can see that it accumulates the number. So this is called simulation. And also we can see from the timeline that there is a blue line. Means that in this cache, you have to wait the blue line to cache. Simulation is the most brilliant modular in Houdini, but what's it all about when it comes to your mind? You may say that simulation is all about popped, flipped, rigid-bodied, pyro, valent, hair and fur, wire, soft body, etc. etc. Or you may say that simulation is all about forces, collisions, constraint, solvers, scripting. They are all correct from different aspects of view. And to me, the simulation is the visualization of movement. The key is all about velocity. In industrial society, we get used to division of labor and organize things into different catalogs. It's natural that beginners may believe that POD is for particle simulation only, pyro for volumetric, flick for liquid, rigid body for destruction, and valent for cross simulation. Well, as a matter of fact, this is part of true. First, in the real world, we normally need to combine more than two types of solvers to simulate a real phenomenon. Houdini offers a multi-solver to connect these different solvers to work together. Second, even for single-type simulation, we often use other simulation data to help, such as using the pyro-simulated velocity to drive the particle movement, or use pop force to control rigid body simulation. Last but not least, valent system in Houdini 19, the most promising modular I believe, can do cloth, hair, gray, as well as liquid simulation at the same time. Therefore, we are no longer restricted to certain modular, but free to exchange data as we want. So simulations are not and should not be separated, but how could we unify all of them? As I mentioned before, point and voxel are the two basic elements in Houdini. So in simulation, the two basic types are point-based simulation and volant or VDB-based simulation. For popped rigid body, they are just point-based simulation. For pyro, it is the volant or VDB-based simulation. For flip, it is the mix of point and volant-based simulation. Even we have two different basic elements, we often extract data from one to drive another one. The most common data we use is velocity. The other aspect of simulation is about forces, collisions, constraint, solvers, limits, and scripting, etc. And we have thousands of nodes and methods to control simulation. But again, all these elements change velocity directly or indirectly. Here for the normal forces, acceleration equals to force divided max. Velocity equals to original velocity at acceleration times time. For drag or wind forces, push the velocity to the target velocity. Collisions change the direction of velocity. Reflection of collider normal. Constraint and limits directly change the velocity or position. Here, let me switch to Houdini for a simple demonstration. So here is a very basic setup. So when I play, we can see that there is a ball bouncing to the right side. This is a very basic and simple setup for a rigid body simulation or the pop simulation, right? So what did I do in these setups? Sphere. I create a sphere, use primitive type, so that we only have 1 point. And I make it smaller. And then I use transform. Make it 5 meters up. I gave this sphere the initial velocity, forces, and mass. Tap Archipelago. V at V equals to set 0, 0, and 2 in axis. So here, the sphere get the velocities 0, 0, 2, so we can tell from this geometry spreadsheet. Then I give it a force downward. V at force equals to set 0, negative 6, 0. A max equals to 1.0. Yeah, so we can tell from this geometry spreadsheet, we get a force, max, and initial velocity. And then I give a solver. Here on the previous frame, take attribute angle. Velocity will change the position. Here's V at P plus equals to V at V times at time in. At time in means time increment, so that we can use the correct time to do the simulation. We get the acceleration vector A equals to V at force divide F at max. Then we change the velocity V at V plus equal A times at time in. Let's jump back. We can see that the sphere is falling. Okay, so here is what I mean. When we get a velocity and we get a force, force change the acceleration, and acceleration will change the velocity. Finally, the velocity will change position. For simulation, this is a very basic and key function in Houdini. And then what about collision? Here I build a grid. Make it bigger. And give it more point. And then add a normal. Switch to point level, so we can see that there is a point normal 0, 1, 0 is pointing upward. Connect to the second input. Here I add a point warp. Put it to the input 2. I make it simplify, because we need to tell when the sphere is colliding with the ground or the grid. But we know that the ground or grid is at the original, so the y is 0. So if the sphere is falling close to 0, it means that it will collide with the grid. So here, vector to float. And we extract the y position. Compare. If the y position of the sphere is less or equal than maybe 0.1, so two-way switch. If it's 4, it will use the original velocity, but if it's 2, we have to change the direction of the sphere based on the collider, the grid normal, right? I have to get the grid normal. We use point cloud. connect to the second input for the grid, and position connect to the position, and then PC filter. We need to get the normal from the grid that reflect. We connect the velocity to the direct, and here is a normalized normal, so we add a normalize. We ensure there is nothing wrong. We connect it. Here the result we connect to input 1, and then the result connect to the velocity. So I use reflect node to change the direction of the velocity based on the grid normal. And then in PC Open, the search radius I make it bigger. So let's go back. You can see the sphere is bouncing. Now we can add more detail. So each bounce, I think the sphere will lose some energies in real life. In the result of the reflect, we can multiply a percentage. Like 80% means that it will lose 20% each bounce. So here I use multiply, constant. Multiplier use 0.8, means each bounce it will have 80% energy left. Yeah, so we can see that after each bounce, it's go less higher. So through this very simple demonstration, we can see that first, if we use force, actually it will change the velocity, and then the velocity will change the position based on time, right? Another thing is for collision. The collision we get will change the direction of the velocity. Also, it will change the magnitude or the speed of the velocity because energy loss, right? Of course, you can set the velocity to 0 if it collides with some certain glider. So this is how we control velocity. So let me change to another example. Yeah, polywire. Yeah, we can see a lot of wire or hairs growing. So what happened in this setup? Here I make a box, so make it 20 meters. And then I create a VDB. Use vector float, and the name is velocity. Well, use VDB active. Switch to reference, so I can reference the box to activate this VDB. And then I use a volume warp. This is the key of this simulation. So this is the volume warp. So here I build a very simple setup. First, I use the position to subtract the original. Here I create a vector. You can see the input number is 0, 0, 0. It's in the original. And then I normalize, so we got the direction. So I just disconnect the noise temporarily. Here I use the point from volume to get this point, and then volume trail to visualize. We can see that the velocity is pointing outward from the original. This is what I did. Use this subtract methods and normalize. And then I add the noise. I create a volume velocity, so here we can see the trail. Simplest noise, frequency 0.6, 0.6, 0.6, and amplitude is 5, and back. Here I create this velocity. And then I create a sphere at the original, and scatter some points, 1000. Point warp, I create some noise, and then fill up to color. White noise, subtract, and then we get 0.2 to 1, so we get this color. Wrangle node to use my ID to install at ptlong. So we get a custom attribute, my ID, so we can see. Shower. Here I use attribute wrangle, v at p at equals to v at v, so I just add v directly into p position. And then there is a point warp. This is the second input. Here I connect the volume into the second input of the solver. I use volume sample vector node to get this velocity. We use the primitive number 0 to get the well velocity. And then we multiplier. Another one is I get a CD to drive the speed. Also I use random to make a little random for the velocity. So here I just write together. I add this result to the velocity and multiply constant 0.5. So here I can see the movement of the point. For the white point, it will move faster, and for the gray point, it will move slower. And then I add a trail. I add an add node, use by groups, by attribute. Attribute name, use my custom attribute, my ID. So attribute delete, I delete the color. So you can see this is the growth of the line. And smooth a little bit. Resample, enable curve U attributes. So we got the gradient of each curve. And then based on this curve UV attribute, I create a P-scale attribute with RAM. And polywire to make a mesh. And use the P-scale to drive this wire radius. So this is the result we get. This is a very simple result as well as a very simple setup. The most important or the key element is the volume warps. It means the velocity, how we set up the velocity. Here if I change the position, so we can see from the preview velocity, it's pointing downward, and we move the sphere up by 9. So we play again. So we can see that the line is growing downward. So through this example, I want to show that how you generate or use your velocity is very, very important. IPO in simulation. In simulation, I still use the IPO formula: input, process, and output. Input, initial data, often created in shop. Processed, dot setup. Output, post-processed, often in shop. I found out that many beginners only care about the process part, but neglect the input and output, which means that they spend lots of time in dot-like work adjusting all kinds of different parameters. But most of the times, it doesn't work. So by today's topic, we can see that the initial data or the initial velocity is really important for simulation. What is velocity and how to get or change velocity? Velocity is a vector, which means that it can divide it into two things: direction and magnitude, or we call it speed. So when we say changing velocity, we can change from these two aspects. So another question is that how to get or change velocity in Houdini. Here are the popular methods I use. Number 1, noise. This is the super useful and powerful part in simulation. And I believe noise is a super powerful weapon for other Houdini artists too, even in procedural modeling. Simulation. So most of the time we can extract velocity from other types of simulation, like pyro simulation, like flick simulation, or balance simulation. Also, we can extract velocity from different types of simulation. Number 3 is force, collision, limit, and its wrangle or warp, just like squirting. You can change the velocity directly or you can set condition. And the last one is retime. So when we set post-process for velocity, the very useful node is retime node. Here is the 3 image I free simulation do this splash. First image we can get a lot of detail with noise, but the structure is not very clear. And the second one we can see there is 2 main splash with several details. And the last one, if we got this glass of wine, that we get a spread angle. The setup of these 3 images are almost the same. I only change a very small part of it, the input velocity. So let's jump to Houdini to have a look. Here I create a particle fluid tank. And particle separation, I use the fluid objects to drive this particle separation. And this is the size. And our initial. Another thing, I create a box. Use polybevel to cut the bevel edge. And then VDB from polygon and transfer to polygon. This is the method I use normally to create these even 35 boxes. Then create a normal with a point and use a mountain shock. Actually, it's a attribute noise node to create this noise, add more detail, and smooth it a little bit. I use a red shock to add a red attribute and create a transform. So this transform will create an animation. Yeah, going up with some rotation. Yeah, it's very simple. And here I use the collision source. Yeah. For the volume path, I connect this voxel size with my dotlet work. Here comes my collision VDB. And another part is for this geometry. I made 3 options. One is I connect it directly. Another thing, I create a point velocity. And then I use a point warp to customize velocity. So let's check what's the different result. So here I switch to number 1. It's more 0. So use the original collider object. And here is dotlet work. Let's go and check. Very simple. Only a free object, a free solver, and a gravity. Here is the static object. Check this, use deforming geometry because it's animated box, right? Here I use volume sample to connect this out collision VDB. For free object, this is the separation, 0.0.1. For initial data, I enable add viscosity attribute, and in physics, the viscosity I set to 0.2. In free solver, I create min and max subsets 2 and 4. In the particle motion, I add ID. Receding, I enable recede particles and set particle proportional 16 and surface oversample to 2. Volume motion, I switch velocity transfer to APIC. Volume limits, I connect it to the particle fluid tank. Collision. For more or detailed collide, I use the collision supersampling and samples per axis 3 times. Viscosity enable viscosity and also enable solve viscosity with adaptivity. This will make your simulation faster. Also surface tension, I make it surface tension 2 and nothing else. So let's check the result. The original one. So we can see the splash is go very high and explosion like this. It does not have certain shapes we want, and also it will climb the boundary. So this is not what we want. But most of the times we cannot change the animation of this box. Like we are in the actual projects. I think most of the animation cannot be changed because of the camera, because of the screens, because of the feeling of the movement. Here I create a point velocity. Default value to 0, 0, 0, and then I add a curve noise. Use the scales to 2.82. Okay, let me check here. Here I enable the original velocity. We can see that the velocity is so huge and pointing outward. But when we switch this point velocity, we can see that it's much lower. Also, we can use the coil angles to change this direction. Yeah, you can see that. And curve noise. And this is word size. So let me change to the input 2. Yeah, we can get more this details splash, and also it's not too high or close to the boundary. So we only change the velocity to get this result, and nothing else changed. Let me check this, the third input. Let's check here. This is my custom velocity. go inside. So I use the rest attribute I created before. And here, I set the component 2, it means the y-axis, into 0. It means I don't care about the y-axis, I only care about the x and z-axis. Here, I create a normalize to get this vector. Means that it's pointing outward. Neglect the y-axis. And then I use this to mix with 0, 1, 0. So it's outward mixed with outward. Use 0.5. So I can use 1 to create here. So I can adjust this angle. And we got this direction. And then here I use the rest attribute again to drive the volume noise, such as to get this thing, velocity. Here I got this velocity. It means that certain part is white and another part is black. I use this thing to drive 0, 1 to determine some area is faster and then multiply to velocity. This setup we make more uniform velocity. So for simulation we can get a more uniform result. The third option. Here you can see that we have 2 to 3 splashes with a little detail when we turn into polygon. Yeah. So we can see this one. So through this example, I want to show two things. One is the IPO formulas. Please don't only focus on the process part. Don't pay too much time in the .NET world too. Sometimes you have to pay more times outside, like the initial part or the process part. You can do a lot of work in the input and output. Another thing is that we can see only change the velocity. We can get very different result. Finally, let's check out the render setting. I get the bubble points based on the vorticity. I just delete all the points at which vorticity is less than 80. And then use the sphere to copy it here. Also, I set in the p-scale based on the vorticity and use some random ID to get the randomization. And output bubble. And when outside, I create a node to rotation the bubble. And also I add a background. With camera, let's go into the camera angle. And also use the environment light. I use HDR to light up the scene. Also use area light for the key light. For material, I use the principal shader. I just choose the preset. Use the tinted glass. For surface, I set the transparency color to blue. And water one, I use the same method, but I changed the transparency darker blue. Also, the emission, I used the emission colors to reddish. I changed this one for bubble. And the ground, I create UV and use a bound map to create a little detail. And for the renderer, I use Karma and setting the pixel samples to 256 and enable the reflection limits and refraction limits to 12. And light qualities, I set the lighting qualities to 2. For Houdini 19, the Karma is ready for production use. It's really fast for preview. Set random to and play. This is the great render result. I think it's quite satisfactory. Finally, thank KineFX and everyone, and hope you all have a happy journey with Houdini.
Hi, welcome to using acceleration for smoother particle simulations. My name is Ben Anderson. I'm an effects pipeline TD at Luma Pictures. The problem that we're going to solve is when we have a fast-moving emitter, we often see discontinuities between each step. the typical solution that we have is to increase the substeps. Unfortunately, this increases our simulation time. If we write those to disk, it increases our disk usage. In addition, it still only really hides the problem. If we let a simulation run for long enough, we'll see those steps emerge. So our goals are to create particle simulations that are easier to understand, that are faster because we're not going to be running simulations with substeps as often, and we're not going to be writing those substeps to disk. This approach is good for anything that's moving quickly or rotating quickly, anything where the emission velocity falls off dramatically, or just changes over time. So some examples would be sparks from a slowing grinding wheel, or the bubbles from a diver's respirator, or debris from an exploding rocket. I use this approach for all of my particle simulations, and so far so good. So to begin, do a quick review of motion blur. In film, when something is moving very quickly while the shutter is open, we're going to capture that as a streak, and in computer graphics we simulate that by taking 2 or more samples and usually linearly interpolating between those samples. There's a few different approaches that we can use to get those samples. So the first is deformation blur, where we have access to the original live geometry. So in here, in these examples, we've got this rotating object, and green is the previous frame. We're hitting yellow, it's the current frame, and red is going to be the next frame. And so if we sample that animation curve, we get this on the previous sample, and then we get a point here on the next sample, and then we can blur between them. Then with 3 samples, we're getting closer to the original curve, and then with 7 samples, we get a pretty nice representation of that animation curve. Now, one thing to notice is that the 2-sample blur doesn't actually go through the whole frame sample for something that's accelerating quickly, which is why you can see wheels actually shrink if they're rotating quickly enough, and the motion blur style is 2-sample deformation blur. So the problems that we have with deformation blur is it requires multiple frames in order to get that streak, which is not really suitable for particle work. So one step beyond that is if we've cached the samples to disk, we need a way to interpolate between those samples. So you can see even with 7 samples up here, with no interpolation, we get no blur. With linear interpolation, we get basically a line from green to yellow and then yellow to red. And with cubic interpolation, we get back to a pretty nice arc, but again, same problems with needing to be able to load that geometry multiple times to get that curve. So for particles, a lot of the time we'll see velocity blur, which is where we've encoded the velocity onto the particles themselves and then extrapolate those samples before and after. So this equation here is what we use for that. So the new position is the old position plus velocity times the time sample. And so as t goes negative, we go to the previous sample, and then as t goes positive, we get close to the next one. And so we're able to reconstruct this motion blur streak without actually loading this geometry. Unfortunately, velocity blur doesn't really look very good a lot of the time. And it can be kind of confusing if you have multiple sources that kind of overlap with each other. You can end up with something that's sort of like a spider web. Can't really tell where the particles came from or where they're going. So one step beyond that is acceleration blur. And this is where we've encoded velocity and acceleration onto the points, and we can reconstruct this curve without actually loading this geometry at render time. And so this is a much nicer way to render particles a lot of the time. And it's often actually a nicer way to render regular geometry, animation geometry as well. If something is moving very quickly over a curved surface, like an eyelid blinking, a lot of the time you will have like 7 or 9 samples of the geometry written out so that you can actually get across that curved space. But with acceleration blur, you can do that with just one. So that saves disk space there as well. So it's worth noting that these 3 different arcs, although similar, they are not the same. None of these match each other. And if this is the truth, you know, we're not quite hitting that, but for our purposes, acceleration is, you know, plenty good enough. If you did want to take that a step further, you could use jerk. So this is the standard kinematic equation. This is only really valid if we have if acceleration is constant over the time interval, which would be very rare if you are emitting off of a hand animated object. It's only really true if you're emitting points and the only force that's acting on it is gravity. If you wanted to do better, you would use jerk. This is the equation for jerk. It would not be hard to use it, but I have not needed to use it. But you know, feel free if you want to. So particle simulations. So to start, I'll just show you. This is with the defaults for pop, and you can see pretty dramatic stepping in these particles. If we change the defaults of the pop source, we can get to this, which it's definitely better, but you can obviously see that there's steps in there. It'd be hard to imagine that this kind of thing would get approved, and so this is with our approach. We have pretty nice continuous arcs here, and there's no substeps at all to achieve this. So pretty happy with this, and it works pretty well in my experience anyway. So to begin, I'll just go over this frame range node. I use this to evaluate the math of our interpolation. I recommend that you build one yourself. So in here, yellow is the whole frame again. It started through red and goes through to green. As a bonus, you can use this setup to build a really nice regioning tool for a character's animation by setting up the frame range to be the entire scene frame range and then just putting a bounding box over it. So in order to set this up, so I've got Craig's hammerhead here, and so I'll start with the time shift here. I just added a spare parameter here, which is the beginning and the end, and then the increment. Set the frame to be the last frame, and that is because the trail node in preserve original mode will start at the current frame and then go back some number of frames at a given interval. So the number of frames that we're going to do is 1 plus the difference between the end and the start divided by the increment. That gives us 9. And set the increment to the increment on the time shift. And upstream of the trail, if you set a frame attribute, you can use that to drive color. And so it's just a nice way to evaluate whether or not we've gotten the interpolation correct. So the approach that we're going to take for particles is to use the lessons that we learned from motion blur. So in this image, the larger spheres are the whole frame samples, and the smaller ones are the acceleration-based interpolation between them. And so you can see that we got a pretty nice smooth spiral, which is what we're going for. So the first step is to calculate the motion attributes. It's important to conceptually separate the emitter velocity from the emission velocity. This is sort of different from a lot of the way that the setups in Houdini typically work, but it's a key component to getting this to work. So if you imagine a train grinding its brakes and sparks are flying out of the side of the wheels, the velocity of the train is not the same thing as the velocity of the sparks. They may be related, but we are going to solve the attribute, the motion attributes for both of those separately. So the setup for this looks like this. So the first trail is just to get the velocity and acceleration of the position. Set this to compute velocity, central difference, velocity approximation, toggle on compute acceleration, and that's really it. Now here I've split this out into this branch here. I've got a null here. You could do anything you want to do velocity here. You could add to the existing velocity, you could completely replace it, whatever you want. I'm just going to use the input velocity for this example, but feel free to do whatever you want here. Then, because the trail doesn't take an input vector attribute, we're going to replace P with V. And this is exactly the same thing as this one. Then we're going to copy these attributes back onto the original geometry here. So V emit is the emission velocity, A emit is the emission acceleration, and J emit is the emission jerk. Those are separate from position and velocity and acceleration. Velocity in that case being the emitter velocity and acceleration being the emitter acceleration. So any manipulation to velocity needs to happen at this stage. And that is because any changes to velocity need to be reflected in the emission acceleration and the emission jerk as well. And so, yeah, any changes to velocity need to happen here, which is mildly inconvenient, but not too bad. So in order to calculate motion attributes, you do need some consistent source. If you have ID, you can use that. It's very unlikely that you would have ID on a source. And so you're sort of left with two options from there. You can use, you can calculate the motion attributes on the polygons first and then scatter, or you can use a scatter constant setup and then cull the points down that you're not using. So this is the first option. I usually use this because I don't like creating many more points than I will use. But if you did want to use a scatter constant, the way that works is that you time shift to a rest frame, scatter, point deform them back onto the animated polygons, and then you've got a consistent point here. Then you can use calculate motion attributes there. Then you could cull this down, or whatever you wanted. So to do the interpolation, we are going to separate the bias from the interpolation. And we're going to separate, the reason for that is that we want to be able to swap out the bias modes while keeping the interpolation node the same. So the bias is going to go from -1 to 1, where -1 is the previous frame, and 1 is the next frame, and 0 is going to be the current frame. So direct, it's really just for debugging. It's just a slider, and that way we can sort of scrub around and see, how things are moving, especially with that frame range node. Then with time bias, we can. This is where we could scrub on the time slider, or the play bar. So the time bias ranges from -0.5 to 0.5. The reason for that is that at negative 0.5 and 0.5, it's actually going to swap to the next frame. So our implementation is it's really only going to support whole frame motion attribute samples. You could change this relatively easily to support more than that, but we won't cover that here. Time bias does hit floating point precision issues reasonably quickly, especially at that 0.5 bias, and that's because our int frame will round to the nearest frame differently than $f will. And sometimes, depending on what else is going on in your scene, sometimes you'll hit a floating point issue where rint will go down and $f will go up, and so you'll end up with motion attributes for the next frame, but a bias for the previous frame, or vice versa, and you end up with a really strange thing happening at the midpoint. Fortunately, you don't really need that for time bias. The range that we typically care about is negative 0.25 to positive 0.25, or negative half a shutter to positive half a shutter. So as a bonus, with time bias mode, you could actually, if your renderer doesn't support acceleration blur, you can just use this interpolation in time bias mode to add it with deformation blur. So turn off velocity blur and just render deformation blur on your interpolation node, and it will do that blending for you. Get really nice curved motion blur. So for particles, we're going to use age bias. So the ages that this expects are negative time increment to 0. So 0 is going to be the older particles, and negative time increment is going to be the younger ones. The reason for that we'll get more into in a minute, but we need that for the correct behavior. So the bias maps negative time increment to 0 and 0 to negative 1. And what that means is that the oldest particles are going to be at the back of the streak. So the interpolation node itself, this is the equation that we use for that. And this is the standard kinematic equation that we were looking at before. And so T is just bias here. And you can see that the acceleration component here, it's T squared, bias squared. So this little animation, when particles are added to a simulation, they are all added at once. This is going to demonstrate what would happen if those particles were born in a continuous way across that time frame. So this circle here is our emitter, and it is moving from current frame through to next frame. And this number here is the age of a particle that is born at each point here. And as this moves along, these points will age. So this is what's going to be added to our simulation over one time step. And you can see that the points that are emitted at this location have an age of 0 all the way back to a time increment, an age of the time increment. And the position on this line it's directly related to its age. And so its position on that, its birth position is it's a function of its age. So if we add the emission velocity, and we see where these particles are going to go, if we set this up incorrectly, we'll get a full amount of integration applied to each of these particles. So these are all going to drop down here. And if we look at more than one frame, we can see that there's a clear discontinuity here. So the correct setup is to a particle of 0 should really be at the emitter because it hasn't had any time to move, whereas a particle with an age of a full time increment, we'll get a full time increment worth of movement applied to it. And that is how we get a nice continuous curve through multiple frames. And the way that we do that is with negative age. So the way that the pop solver works is if points are added with a negative age, then they get that correct behavior for the frame that they're born. So the changes to the pop source that we're going to make are we're going to set the jitter birth time to negative, and that's going to get us that nice integration behavior on the first frame. And we're going to replace all of the jitter source options with our new interpolation logic. So this is just the bias age here and our interpolate. And we've also gotten rid of the velocity manipulation nodes. As I said before, the velocity manipulation, such as adding noise or scaling it, that all needs to happen at the motion attribute calculation stage. You could add that in here as well, but we're not going to cover that right now. So the solver itself doesn't need to change. The only thing that I like to do is I like to feed it into the second input here, and that's because I want the particles that have enough age to partially move, I want them to get that partial movement on the first frame that they're born. Otherwise, they get this like weird tail on the first frame because they're just like stamped on their birth position on that interpolation curve, which it's going to be discontinuous. Right. So flip simulations. So the same approach can be used for flip because that's also based on particles. So to show you what that looks like, so this is with the standard flip setup, and you can see here that there's pretty dramatic stepping here. With flip, it resolves reasonably well because the velocities all end up blending into each other. But even here, you can see that we're getting these spikes. And if you got a note to kind of get rid of these spikes, it'd be very hard to address. And so without substeps, with our approach, we get this nice arcing flip sim, which, yeah, looks pretty good. So in order to set that up, yeah, so this is the same sort of stepping. The crux of the issue is that flip wasn't really built with age in mind, but it's pretty easy to fix it as well. So the change is, again, to get this smooth arc here. So this is inside the volume source node. And you can see that up here, this is where the positional offset is. But way down here, this is where it's setting up life, including age. So the positional offset, you can see that the position, it's basically just based on a random number, and it always jitters forward, which basically guarantees that it's going to overshoot the emitter. And then the setup life, that forces age to 0, which virtually guarantees that you're going to see stepping in your final result. So the solution is to move setup life to above our new nodes, and then replace the positional jitter with the bias age and interpolate, which is exactly the same thing that we did for the pop source. And then we're going to modify setup life to give us an age that is between negative time inc and 0 again. Now, one thing to note here is that we're going to use a different seed for age. If you look at the setup life in the pop source, it uses the same seed for age and life, and it's a little strange that there would be a relationship between how long something will live and its initial age. It's not too big of a problem, but I recommend making a different age here. So for the solver, The changes here are pretty simple. So we just want to enable age particles here. Probably want that to always be on. And then to start, we're just going to set the max substeps to 1. We'll add substep support in a minute. So this is inside the flip solver. In the overview here, you can see where we are. There's this pop solver here, which is the particle velocity input. And if you look at the pop solver, the correct order of operations is to integrate the point positions and then age the particles. Unfortunately, Flip does this backwards. And the reason for that is that when you enable age particles, it enables this on this pop solver, and also reap particles will do that here. So I recommend that you break these expressions here. We still want integrate velocity to be on. And then we're just going to add another pop solver at the very end. So this is in the last step. This is pointing to where integrate particles actually is. So we want to make sure that this just happens after that. And just move the age and reap toggles to this node instead. And then lastly, I find that I get the best results if I plug into the particle velocity input here, which feeds into this to the pre-solved pop solver, for the same reasons that we want to see those particles move to get integrated on the frame that they're born, instead of getting them stamped in on their birth interpolation curve. To support substeps, it's pretty easy if we calculated the motion attributes on the whole frames. Solving it in a general way is a bit more complicated, so we won't cover that here. The approach that we're going to take is to create our streak of particles and then divide it up into slices based on the current substep that we're on. But the streak itself is going to be the streak for the whole frame. So the complications that we have with this are that in whole step simulations, we start from the whole sample and interpolate backwards with age. But with substeps, when the frame hits 0.5, we're going to jump to a different set of motion attributes. In addition to that, DOPS modifies the time increment. So that is the substep time increment, which will interfere with our ability to make that whole frame streak. So the solution for that, the solution to the first problem, is to put a time shift upstream of all of our nodes here and just set that to the frame to be the ceiling of the floating frame. And that's going to lock us onto the whole frame sample so that we can go backwards. And this setup works exactly the same for both pop and flip. The bias offset node that we're going to add here, that's going to be choosing what our which slice that we're on. So the responsibility of this is basically to determine which substep that we're on, and then it makes an offset, and this is set to detail. And then the bias age, that's going to get this offset, and you'll notice that we're going to add the DOPS time increment, but we're dividing this by the whole frame time increment. So the whole frame time increment is sample link here, and that's written out there. And then the change to the interpolate node is to use the whole frame time increment as well. And that gives us this. So each color is a separate frame here, and each color is a substep here. And so you can see that they blend pretty nicely together here, and then this is the final result. Thank you so much for listening. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions about any of this.
Hi everyone, my name is Cristian Lopez Barron, currently a lead assets technical director at Animal Logic, and I'm excited to welcome you to this presentation where we're using the freely available project ALab to share a glimpse of some of our USC workflows. Joining me on this presentation, we'll also have Ankit Sinha, Balaji Kutty Premkumar, and Mohamed Kamal. ALab is an example of how Animal Logic's USD production assets are created and provides an excellent showcase of the capabilities of Solaris and Karma, as you can currently see on this Houdini 19 scene. If you downloaded ALab on its first release, just make sure to use the Upgrade All Like Primitives HDA that comes with Houdini. Then it should start rendering properly. We need this since like definitions have some changes on recent USD versions. We found Houdini Solaris to be very extendable, letting us build assets pipelines in USD while still being in control. In this video, we'll have a look at how this flexibility looks at Animal Logic, starting with how the asset I/O works from an artist's point of view. Then, we'll deep dive into USD shade basics in Solaris and how we've extended it to fit the requirements of our proprietary renderer Glimpse and its material layering and override system. Finally, we'll explore our 3 building system spruce, which has been recently migrated from our proprietary toolset to Houdini, which enables use of powerful USD features like point instancers and value clips in Solaris. We're in the process of adopting Houdini 19 internally. These demos will be using 18.5. So let's get started. Right now we have Houdini 18.5 open, and everything starts with Production Explorer. This is the view that people use to select the context that they are going to work on. In this case, I am loading the lab. Once it loads, we can cook just to see on our viewports what are the contents. Okay, so this is the lab. Let's find something that we want to modify. So in this case, we want to go to a shelf from these books. And imagine that I just want to make a change, but I want to know how this will look in the context of the lab. So first of all, because we're in the context of an environment, we don't have lights. So I will just drop an asset scene render, which brings some of our built-in light rigs for look development. And let me just create a camera from our current view. So since the default light rig that I have just brought is a default neutral exterior one, I will go ahead and hide the shade group for demonstration purposes. And now I can start rendering in Glimpse. So once the rendering starts, let's just update the camera to be the one that we just created. Okay, so let's say that I just want to make a light tweak. In this case, I want to go from this red color to a little bit of a green. So what I can do is in the viewport, I can select the prim that I want to modify. And we have extended the context menu from Solaris to include the ability for an artist to modify assets based on the selection that they are making. So in this case, I can go to the surfacing assets affecting my selection, and I can find the look fragment. Once I locate that fragment, I can just build from the selected version. This will load what we call a fragment container into my scene. A fragment container is the HDA that keeps the Solaris work area nodes that were used to create the USD opinions that we see on our current stage. It is essentially the authoring state as how this was last published by the artist. So if I preview this build HDA, I should see the exact same contents. Okay, this matches exactly to what we had before. But if we dive inside the Solaris work area, we will see all of the lob nodes that are currently describing these USD opinions. And I can dive into the material library assignment where we have. And in this case, I will just locate the material override that I am interested in, and I can start changing the hue until I find a little bit of a green. We will go into a deep dive of these surfacing workflows in a little bit. So let's just say that I am happy with my changes. I can just update the check-in comment with something meaningful for other artists seeing my update, and I can check in my container. This will export the USD contents from Solaris, as well as keeping a network of my work area contents ready for my next checkout. Upon every check-in request, there is an additional validation step that is executed and appears as a validation pop-up dialog for the artist to see. This gives the artist a chance of seeing everything that they are doing that might be either a user error or a failure in some other place, but this helps keep the pipeline clean with as few errors as possible. In case of emergency, the users are able to check in regardless of validation error, but we try to discourage that. So while I come and fix my errors here, let's go with Ankit and Balaji so that they can give us a walkthrough of the details of these UC Shade workflows. Over to you, Ankit.
Thanks, Chris. At Animal Logic, we used to have our own proprietary shading workflow called Ash, but now we are shifting towards a USD Shade workflow, and following presentation will give a basic insight of our USD Shade workflow. But first, let's start with some USD Shade basic with simple Houdini file setup, where I have this sphere node that creates a sphere prim under root geo. I have this material node which has a prefix of root material and a render mask of glimpse, and then I have a camera. Let's jump inside a material library. I'll drop a subnet. I'll change the name to sphere_mat, and I'll switch on the material flag on it. Let's jump inside. I'll create an incandescent shader, and I'll connect the surface to the output. And then I'll promote the input color so that we have an interface of color. Now I'll assign the geometry, sphere 1, and I'll hit a render. This is a glimpse renderer. This is our proprietary renderer, and it renders white. Now I'll go back and change color from white to maybe red. And yeah, this is red. Let's check the USD data that got generated from our shading network. If I go into log action active layer, I should be able to see the data. If I scroll down, there's a prim called sphere mat, which is a material prim. It has a color interface, which is red, and it's connected to glim incandescent input. On to some cool stuff. What I've done is the USD shade data that got generated from our shading network, I've exported that to a file on disk. So you can see the file name is called sphere_mat. There's a material prim called sphere_mat. There's a color interface, which is red, as it was in our previous example. And let's jump into Houdini file. And you can see it doesn't have any material right now, it's just a sphere 1. And there is our glimpse render view, which is gonna render live interactively. Now I'm going to drop a subnet, rename this subnet to sphere_mat, and switch on the material flag on it. Now, instead of creating network, I'm going to modify the interface to reference our file on disk. I'm going to add the same color interface so as to match our original material. I'll call it, I think it was called call, and the name was color. Our label was color. Then I'll add from node property. So these are the parameters that are required to reference a file from disk. The first one is reference type, and then there is something called base asset path and base primitive path. And I'll hit accept. Now I'll change reference type, I'll change color to red to match our previous interface. And I'll change reference type to reference. I'll add the file from disk as a reference file. And the prim sphere_mat as our reference prim. And if I've done everything correctly, now our sphere should render with incandescent shader and red. So let's hit render, it's red. Now I'll go back and change the color. Yeah, and it's rendering green. So you can see how you can compose a material that has been exported as USD shade on disk. This Houdini native feature actually enables our artists to use material that has already been exported just by changing the parameter for their local asset without actually having to change the network. We saw that USD shade worked well as is out of the box from Houdini, but at Animal Logic, we like to clearly separate asset-specific material from material library. In order to do that, we use Slot. Slot provides us two features: layering of material with different BRDF and chaining of material graph to drive material parameter. To use this feature of slot in USD, we have created a custom schema called Material Slot Binding API. Now let's jump inside Houdini file to see it. In this file, what I'm going to do is I have a dirt material, and this dirt material is a simple diffuse with a mask attached, which has a mask map. And my main aim is to apply this dirt material over other material so that I can have dirt all over the oscilloscope. So now the next thing is I'll assign dirt material to root geoprim, and now I have to assign a slot. As we can see, all the material are assigned to a slot 000, and I want to assign dirt to a higher slot, so I'll assign it to 10. Now I'll hit render, and it renders with dirt. Now this seems like a simple idea, but it does get complex for artists. Now in next section, Balaji will explain how we made it artist friendly. Over to you, Balaji.
Thanks, Ankit. Hello everyone, my name is Balaji, a lead asset TD from Animalogic Vancouver. Let's talk about our USD shade user interface and its workflow. On the left side, we have a assignment material node, which is a native Houdini assignment material node. On the right side, we have a custom assignment material node, which is developed internally. Both are almost similar. We can add materials like this in the same way, but the main difference between these two nodes is in a custom material node, we have added a Python panel, which is written in Qt, which is similar to our scene graph tree. The only difference between these two trees is we don't have a material slot or a node over here. Why we need this UI? Let me show you why. In scene graph tree, the materials are there in its own nodes under the material group. So we don't have a direct relationship between a material and its prim. We don't know which prim is assigned to which material. Here we can directly add materials as a child. For example, I can right click on any geometry in the tree. I can add material, and then here we have a global material list and a material library list, which is coming from this material library. I'm gonna pick from one of the material which is already there in our scene and assign a slot value to 000. Select. Now you see in the Houdini panel, we already had a material and its prim and the slot. So if you expand this group, we have materials directly added to this group. It's not just that. All the child prim also inherited the parent material. For example, in this case, we have generic one, it's all inherited, and we can't, this is a disabled one, which means that this is inherited from his parent. So we don't have any right click option except the select and override, but in here we can do select, override, and pick, remove, or mute. Mute is nothing but just disable it and also disable all the materials underneath it, and we can do vice versa like that also. So now it's enabled. We can remove materials and it removes this. We can change the prim path over here. So for example, I'm going to change this to root and then refresh here. Now see all the geometry underneath the root, it's inherited this material, which is great. We can see which material is assigned to which prim, and also we can search materials on prims. For example, I'm going to search for handles. It shows all the handle prim or glass materials, which shows all the glass materials. So easy to search and assign materials to the geometry. Let's talk about the slots and override in USD shade. I have a simple scene open with the light rig and look dev, and this is a current camera view, and this is the render. If you jump into the container, we have some materials already coming from the previous setup, and I'm going to override an existing material, which is a dirt material with a map on it. It's unconnected to the mask, so we can apply that only on the specific area based on the map. I'm going to assign that material over here in as a slot of 000 and select. Right now it's assigned. In the material assignment, we can see the assignment over here, and it's also updated in the child prims. Notice it's not updated on the prim because there is already a 00 value in the child prims. To propagate these changes throughout the chain, downstream, we can just update to add the slot value to higher value than the current one. Now it is propagate downstream. Now if I do make a render, you can see the dead map is applied on the oscilloscope with a mapper based on the mask. For validation purpose, the slots are strict rules that we can only have 3-digit values. So for example, if I do 4-digit values or something like that, it doesn't allow to do that. And the same for the override. So for override, we need 3-digit colon 3-digit value. So we give to something like 4-digit over here, it doesn't take. Or for override, the colon is important. If I do this, it doesn't work. So this also support slop selection rules, which is in case I can do that. Now if I refresh this UI, now we can have only the plastic geometry is assigned with this value. We change this value to 200. Press it. Now let's solve the plastic value with the 200 slot value. That's all, guys. Thanks for watching. See you later. Bye.
Thanks, Ankit and Balaji. That was a really nice insight. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to visit the Google group for the USC ALab, which you can find as well on our downloads page. Now we're back in the ALab, and if we navigate a little bit down to this shelf, we will find a little entity called Vegetation Bonsai. This is an example of one of our most recent USC improved toolsets called Spruce. It is essentially a toolset that allows us to build trees via point instances. And to walk us through the details, I'll hand it over to Mo.
Hi everyone, it's Mohammed Kamal, Assistant Technical Director at Animal Logic. Today I'm going to talk about the Spruce, our semi-procedural vegetation tool. I'm going to start from the Spruce definition, Spruce basic building blocks, and I'm going to talk as well about the Spruce Houdini implementation. First of all, what is Spruce? Spruce basically is a system helping us for constructing a tree canopy on a trunk made up of instances of a separately modeled objects and surfaced object as well. So the key feature of the Spruce there, we have the tree, the whole tree is built up from a group of points in a sensor represent tree generation starting from a trunk. So you have a generation that represent the first generation, and the other generation that represent twigs, for example, and generation representing leaves. So when we was working on this one, we started studying some of the natural trees and we're focusing on the two tree elements on while we're studying. Basically, the first element is the branch distribution, which is the most essential part when we work a system like this, where we not be able to deform actually the pieces. We just instance those small amount of prototypes to build a tree or to construct a tree. So the actual point distribution and branch distribution is essential elements in our system, and as well the two other components like a geotropism and phototropism actually. So if you work with the trees, you will find that these two essential natural phenomena or like we can say the behaviors of a tree, where the tree just respond to the light while it's growing, and tree as will respond to the gravity. And those two terms one of them is called geotropism, whereas the plants respond to the gravity. The other term is called phototropism, where we're going to talk about responding to the light when the plants or the tree respond to the light. So those three terms is the basic building blocks of our system. The first part, which is the creation of those point distributions that we're going to use for distributing the branches and twigs and leaves. And the second part is the actual geotropism and phototropism. And the last part, we're going to talk about the artist and user experience that we have in this tool. As well as use the concepts and implementation and some functionality that help us for developing this tool. So the first part is how the Spruce generate those points and how we use point for creating those branches. So first of all, we have something called Spruce data, where we taking the geometry, creating a skeleton from the geometry, and then use those two parts to create a bunch of points in the most natural way. This part is happening only in SOPs, whereas we create those points to use it later in LOPs for instancing the points. So in SOPs, we have actually two nodes that our R&D team helped us for development those tools is following some algorithmic behavior. So if you have here the spruce branch curves, you have the skeleton, whereas we take the geometry, create a skeleton from the geometry, we take the geometry and the skeleton, and we use it for creating point distribution. And as you see here, the point distribution look natural and not uniform, and not like as other scattering tool. You control every point that respond to the skeleton have create a junction of points, and which is like a group of points, like a circular, as you see here, distributions. And you see here we can control how many points for every junction you want to see. There's lots of controls about the jittering, and we're going to talk about them when we see the bonsai tool. So this is the basic implementation of the point distribution. The second part, which is the Houdini essential part, whereas we use Houdini for establishing the point instancer, to set instances before the prims and use them for the point instancer, as well the user experience that we have while the artists work on this tool. So the spruce system in Houdini consists of four elements, or more than 4 elements. The basic on the messenger one is a spruce create generation node, whereas we create this is in instancing the prototypes. So it's have 2 inputs. The first input is the previous generation, and actually the prototypes that we're going to use. The second part is spruce modify, where artists can modify interactively every prototypes in the viewport. We have a spruce leaf instance where we creating we're instancing the leaves. So this one is exclusively for leaves. It's just the same as how spruce generation work. And we have a pick and place node, whereas it's working on interactively pick and place items on the viewport. So I'm going to talk about right now the Houdini implementation and see how we did the tree in Houdini. Basically, if we have a concept is called as container. Container is just like an area where the artist can author the tree, and it helping the artist to facilitate the exporting process to other departments. So the artists need only to dive in this node and start authoring the stuff that he want to author, or they want to author, and then he can check then those data to other departments. So if you double click on this one, you go inside the work area, you see the actual networks of creating the tree. Basically, the artists need to work on Stage Manager just to drop the prototypes that you want to use and they want to use. If you see, you have lots of prototypes like branches. If you just saw that, this is the whole prototypes that made up our tree. And if you see here, we have the basic one, which is the first generation, is our trunk, as you see. And we started from that. And we start the first generation of us. This is the tool here that's creating the first generation for us, distributing the points using the scatter node, and we have the same controller as I said before. I have a controllers for controlling the growth direction, where I'm talking about all of these controllers is happening on lobs, directly modifying the USD attributes. And then we have a modify attributes. We can modify the pieces, for example, in the viewport in an interactive way, as well as work on lobs and it's work directly on the orient attribute, and using the viewer state for that. We have a spruce generation node is actually taking the input from the previous generation, which is a point instancer, and outputting a new point instancer on top of it. So if the basic and 2 elements for the spruce generation to work is the previous generations. As I said before, the previous generation right now for this generation, for example, is the high resolution mesh and the actual skeleton curves that we used, that we produced using the SOPS nodes. And as you see here, right now we have 2 generations, and we can as well, if you see in the viewport here, is having instanceable items. And we have lost at least spruce leaf instancer, where we are instancing the tree leaves that we have. So this is the leaves that we distribute. There's lots of options here about the same principle like spruce generation node, but there's options like a leaf intersection and leaf probability, where you can control which part can take which prototypes. Keep Alive, which is the most amazing nodes that we have, is built by R&D team is helping us for animating the tree and give some movement to the tree. So there's lots of controllers. I'm not going to describe all of them, but there's a controller over the hierarchy, so you can choose. You can modify the animations over the branches separately than how you do that in the leaves. So this is basically the basic implementation of Spruce, and as well I haven't talked about the actual interactive placement. So you can place items in Spruce like this. See here, and you can choose which item that you want to use for this one. I'm going to use, for example, 2 or 3 here. So you can as well control the items that you see here. So you can add as much as you can, and then you can use them later on the other generations. I'm going to see right now the other terms of what you can say is the other USD implementation that that Solaris help us a lot of it, like a GVis variant, establishing some variant set, and as well establishing the value clip to use data for creating some loop animation. Basically, I'm going to talk about the variant set. Variant set is actually a way of switching between options, we can say, or just like it's changing the structure. Because we right now, when we create this tree, we have two ways of creating two structure. For example, we can say the actual tree is created as a point in a sensor, but the actual mesh, proxy mesh, is actually built in a different way. So we want to help the other department or facilitate the other departments to switch between those options as in a form of variant set. I want to show you. Going to show you that. So I'm going to show you right now the basic and useful implementations of variant sets. So if you're going to see here, we have GVis variant. If you work or you see the lab tool or the USD lab assets, it's called Bonsai, you will find the GVis variant to switch between the higher definition and a preview version of the tree, actually. This is one of the usage of variant set nodes that we have in Solaris. And as well, now I'm going to talk about the last things is the value clip. Value clip is like how you do video editing on like a normal video editing tool, but it's actually in USD when you work in the timestamp attribute. It's actually we trying to save or export cached a small period of small animation range, and actually trying to create a loop animation over it. And the basic and the most useful implementation is using the value clip nodes that are value clip USD functionality, but with the help of the Solaris implementation. That we see here right now that we have a cached item with 100 frame and stop. We need to do a loop animation for 6,000 frame, for example. Use a value clip is we just need to select which frame or which structure we're going to use for the looping, which is the default GVis variants, where we have the actual representation of the tree, and we have the clip of the same clip that we use, but with a specific frame range, and then we can just say decide how many frames we want to see this one as looping. So if you just select this one, you see right now it just do loop animation over them. That's it for today. Thank you so much.
Thanks Mo, Ankit and Balaji for walking us through these details. As we have seen, Houdini is a great platform to interact with USC and has allowed us to integrate studio-specific tools in a robust way. We'd like to give special thanks to everyone involved in our teams at Animal Logic. From artists to TDs and our R&D teams, everyone has been helping contributing to these USC workflows. A huge thanks as well to everyone involved in allowing ALab to exist out in the wild as a 30th birthday present to the industry. We aim at encouraging further collaboration and exploration with the wider community and for everyone to learn from each other. This has been a long journey and a huge learning experience for us at Animal Logic. We continue to improve the way we use USC, and if you'd like to be part of this, join the online discussion and our Google group. Or even better, come and join our teams. We have exciting projects coming up and are hiring in all sorts of departments. Thank you everyone, and see you around.
Hello and welcome at SIGGRAPH Asia, and especially to this talk. My name is Moritz Schwind, I'm part of Entagma, and today's topic is going to be the art, science, and bendology of using algorithms for procedural design. So welcome to the art, science, and bendology of using algorithms in generative design. But first, our usual disclaimer to keep in mind. Survivorship bias is real, so anything that might have worked for us or appears to might have worked for us might not work for you. So take anything in that presentation with a grain of salt and adapt what fits your needs. Before we start, let me briefly introduce myself and who we are and what we do. And I say we because I'm not alone in this thing together. And this thing is Entagma. And as you might have guessed by now, I am not this man. This is my partner in crime, Manuel Casasola Merkle, former creative and technical director and founder of Munich studio iXponsor, and by now a professor for computer-generated images at Nuremberg Tech. I am this man. My name is Moritz Schwind, technical director, art director, based out of Munich, Germany, and I used to work together with Manuel at iXponsor before we started Entagma. And Entagma is a tutorial platform for generative design using mainly SideFX Houdini, and we publish a free tutorial on a bi-weekly basis and premium content on what we try to become a weekly basis, and also we do a podcast format called Nerd Rant. You can access all of our contents on entagma.com, free, premium, and Nerd Rants. And also, if you want to support us, we are on Patreon. So why did we decide making Houdini our main tool or our main focus? What makes Houdini so special? And I brought you a few arguments that, in my opinion, speak for Houdini as a tool of choice. And those 3 points are: it is fully procedural. That means not only will you be able to change and adapt your setups at any given time or at any given point in the project, but also by just changing a few parameters in a given setup, you might be able to create totally new designs, which is very important when it comes to working with clients in advertising and commercials, such as we did, where deadlines are extremely tight and you often have to generate variations of a design within an extremely short time frame. Then Houdini brings with it powerful tools. That means on the one hand, on a low level, allowing you to build setups and operations from the basic building blocks, but also on a high level, as SideFX Houdini's developers provide you with high-level tools for simulation, rendering, character animation, just to name a few. And last not least, Houdini is very open and hackable via multiple scripting interfaces, node-based programming, and the ability to use Python 3 and its libraries. And that, in my opinion, is a rare combination to find in other 3D tools. So open and hackable, in which sense? Well, I think it's time to get a bit in that Houdini mindset and think about how Houdini handles geometry and data, and what working with data means inside of Houdini. So inside of Houdini, data is attached to geometry. What does that mean? Let's have a look at this sphere. And typically in computer sciences, a sphere would be represented not as a perfectly round sphere, but by approximating it with a bunch of points that we space uniformly apart on a surface, and then connect those points together to form this sphere. And if we do this finely enough at a high enough resolution, we get the appearance of a perfect sphere. What Houdini allows us to do now is to every instance of this sphere's mesh, that means to its points, to its connecting edges, and to its polygons, attach data. As for example, in this case, where we're attaching color data to the points. And now we can interpolate this color data along the edges, which results in this colorized mesh. Nothing special so far. That can be done in most other 3D apps. Where it finally gets interesting is Houdini allows you not only to store color data on those individual points, but for example, data that configures individual springs where those edges have been. And now I can use this data to plug it into a physics simulation and get out a soft body simulation of that sphere bouncing around if I apply forces to it. Or I could use the mesh points to specify locations, for example, of airports, and store connectivity information on those points as well. So which airports are connected to which airports, and then use that to visualize flight routes on a global scale. Now, what do I mean with hacking it together and Houdini is hackable? Well, SideFX designed Houdini in a way that it is an IDE for 3D animation. That means an integrated development environment in which you don't have to rely on pre-built functionality or built-in nodes, but you can script or visually program together even very unconventional setups. And often we take the inspiration for these rather unconventional setups from areas outside of computer graphics. And I want to give you 3 examples. Let's start with this one, the Sagrada Familia. And this here is the model that Antonio Gaudí used to figure out the load distribution and structure of the cathedral. He did so by spanning quite a few wires and weighing them down with those bags with weights, resulting in an upside down model of the cathedral and letting physics figure out the optimal geometry of the structure of that cathedral so it's statically sound. A very similar technique was embraced in the 60s by Frei Otto, a German engineer who focused on self-organizing systems. And he was tasked figuring out the structure and construction of Munich's Olympia Park, the stadium and facilities for the Munich Olympics in 1972, which have those tent-like structures made out of plexiglass that span above the venue. So here's a behind-the-scenes image of how that's been done, in a rather similar fashion to Gaudí's Sagrada Familia, just using steel wires, weights, and in this case, a bunch of really nice 60s medium format cameras to document the resulting structure. And all of this behaves and looks very similar to what's called a minimal surface. For example, the behavior we can see in soap films spanning between individual structures, or in very stretchy fabric, such as in this example, or a bit more complicated in that one here. So how do we go about it when we want to build this virtually? Let's talk a bit about DIY soap films using cloth simulation. In this case, let's start out with a 2D example, makes it a bit easier to understand. And let's assume this is a cross-section of a surface and it is fixed at these orange points here, at the outer points. As mentioned in computer graphics, there is no such thing as a continuous surface, so we discretize that by uniformly distributing points along that surface and then connecting those linearly. And again, now I can use Houdini, attach a bit of data to those points to make those points behave as springs pulling together, like stretched rubber lines. And step by step, we can simulate and update the position of those individual points connecting those lines. And step by step, we will converge to a solution, which in our case will look like this. Very unspectacular in a 2D case, but that's exactly what a 2D soap film should do. And of course, we can do the same thing in 3D, using, for example, this initial configuration where this outer tube here is pinned, the boundary, and this mountainous inner surface should behave as it were a soap film. And we do the same thing as with a line, configure all those individual connecting edges on the inside as springs, trying to pull the points towards each other. And then after we run this for a few simulation steps, we arrive at this, which already looks very much like a soap film to me. And of course, we can do this with a bit more complex geometry as well, add a bit of nice soap film shading and a bit of wobble to make it look less static. And we arrive at this really intriguing and abstract animation. But what if I told you that there's another technique to calculate those minimal surfaces? And that technique relies on solving what's called the Laplace equation, named after a French mathematician of the 18th and 19th century, Pierre-Simon Laplace. And the canonical example that you find of that equation deals with heat flow. So this example image, which I pulled off the internet, shows the heat distribution in a metal plate that's been heated on the top edge, which can be calculated using Laplace's equation. In our case, however, we want to use it to build a minimal surface. So how do we go about that? Well, here's how it works. Let's think of this as our initial configuration, which we want to turn into our minimal surface. And let's think of this as mountainous terrain. And it's very foggy and we want to reach the peak, but we cannot see far. So what's our best strategy to finding a way towards a peak? Well, let's assume you are at this point and you can only look towards the next point and not further. What you do is you look at all your neighboring points here, just in your vicinity, and look in which direction you have to go to walk the steepest ascent. And this direction of the steepest ascent, which I visualized here, is called the gradient. It's the first derivative of our function. In this case, the first derivative of our altitude along the y-axis. And as you can see, those arrows, those vectors, they point neatly towards the peaks in this mountainous terrain. And in those valleys, they point away from the valley. So in these areas, the arrows of our gradient point roughly in the same direction. That's just one side of a hill, so the direction in which you have to go to get to the peak doesn't change much from one point to the next. In these areas, the arrows point towards a certain point. That's the peak. So at the peak, the direction of the arrows changes quite drastically around the peak, as all those arrows point towards it. On the other hand, in these areas, in the valleys, the arrows point away from a certain point. So if we now calculate and visualize how similar our arrows' directions are locally, that means around a given point, we get this image. And this is called the divergence. So in the valleys, you can see the divergence is negative, where arrows are pointing outwards from a point, while on the hillsides, such as here or here, the divergence is almost zero, because all surrounding arrows point roughly in the same direction, and the divergence at the peaks here is positive and very strong, as all the surrounding arrows for one point towards that point. So in this case, we first calculated the gradient and then the divergence of the gradient. And the divergence of the gradient is the second derivative of our original formula. Why do we care about all of that? Well, Laplace's equation specifies that inside of our boundaries, the divergence should be zero. That means the gradient of our function should not point to or away from any given point. And consequentially, our function within the boundary should not have any peaks or valleys. So let's try and calculate that by fixing our edges, which are called boundaries, shown here in yellow, and for each point inside of the boundary, set its point value to the average of its neighboring points' values. And do this over and over and over again, a few hundred to a few thousand iterations, and then we arrive at this, which is a look that you could compare to a rubber sheet or maybe a soap film as well. And let's check if our condition of the divergence of the gradients being zero has been enforced. So this is the gradient, and this is its divergence. And apart from those areas at the boundary, we were quite successful at minimizing the divergence here, as you can see by most arrows being in the reddish scheme, that is around 0. Here's a clearer example that is exactly visualizing that heat distribution within a plane, just plotted along the y-axis. And summing up, you could say that Laplace's equation makes the area inside the boundary vary as smoothly as possible. And in Houdini 19, we finally have a very easy to use Poisson solver, which can be used to solve Laplace's equation as well, which I did here and created the sculpture of this minimal glass surfaces spanning between those metal wires forming those docks. Also, Laplace's equation could be modified into what's called the Poisson equation, where we can drive how the value of adjacent points within our boundary varies, and thus drive the distribution of our values a bit more precise and a bit better, but that's a topic for another talk or another tutorial. The second algorithm that I want to go over or present to you, which I find very inspiring, has something to do with diffusion. And you might have heard diffusion in the context of reaction diffusion, which can be used to form these images as in the background. However, it's not only useful for that, but it can also be useful for this one here, creating procedural generative snowflakes, a simulation of a snowflake growing. And luckily for those kind of setups, we find papers and implement those. So this one is based on a paper by Clifford A. Reiter called A Local Cellular Model for Snow Crystal Growth. Here's how it works. We are working on a hexagonal grid because water crystals, that means ice, they form in this hexagonal configuration. And in that grid, we fill these cells with a background value, which you could think of as water vapor being available. And you notice there's this one cell in the center, which has not been treated yet. And this is where our ice crystal seed will be, and we consequentially initialize that with a high value of 1 or above 1, and a value of 1 or higher indicates that this is ice. So what we do now for each simulation step is we split our grid, our hexagonal grid, into 2 streams, non-receptive and receptive cells. And receptive cells are cells that are already ice or its boundary cells, drawn in orange here. So for the non-receptive side, that means for the water vapor side, we just punch a hole in that virtual water vapor where the ice and its boundary has been and fill those cells with zeros. And then is where diffusion comes in handy. We just average out its cell with its neighbors, according to those weights displayed here in green and blue, resulting in this here, which just means that water vapor diffuses into those areas where the ice has been or where the ice's boundary group has been. As for the receptive group, that means the group with the ice crystal and its boundary, we just take those cells and to it add a constant, indicating that this cools further down and thus crystallizes out to ice. And then we merge both the receptive and non-receptive cells by just adding them together. So what we're modeling is the diffusion of water vapor into cooling ice. And again, this is the resulting simulation, which can be driven by varying not only the background values, that means the distribution of water vapor, but also the weights of the diffusion and how much ice, that means how much freezing occurs by dialing in how much to add to our receptive cells each simulation step. And I find this setup to be extremely satisfying because it's a very, very simple algorithm being able to simulate a wide variety of looks, of different snowflakes and different cellular behaviors, just by dialing in 2 or 3 parameters. The final algorithm that I brought you is a big one, which sent me on a 2-week journey and down in quite a few rabbit holes. And it all started out with a video of this guy, Greek artist Petros Relis, who has this hoop with a bunch of hooks and takes a string and spans it between those individual hooks, and he continues forever and ever, and finally he arrives at this image here, which I found quite fascinating. And I was asking myself, what's going on here? And luckily, I wasn't the only one. And the 7th comment below the video was by this guy, apparently a Vimeo staffer, who speculated that the algorithm is something like a radon transform. So I was asking myself, what is all this? A radon transform, this yarn out? So let me tell you a story about yarn, but also a story about the Beatles and a story about this guy's machine. So it's the 60s, and these guys are selling records like crazy. Records like this one, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the best-selling album of the decade. Not the year, the decade. And apart from this beautiful cover artwork, the backside of the record is interesting too. This is the Beatles' publisher, EMI, and together with the Beatles, EMI got rich. But EMI employed other people and musicians too. People like Godfrey Hounsfield, an engineer, who worked on radar in World War II, and recently, that means in the 60s, he built this, the EMI-DEC, the first commercially available transistorized computer. This is one of the few images of it in use that I could find, and contrary to what it portrays here, people actually loved it. It was a huge success. So EMI asked Hounsfield, what would you like to build next? Which is fantastic if you're an engineer, just choosing your own project. So, story has it, Hounsfield went on a walk and asked himself, what if I turn radar around? And what does he mean by that? Let me give you an example. This is a box, and we have questions about its contents. Basically, we want to know what's inside the box. And Hounsfield knew radar. He worked on it during World War II, and radar works a bit like this. So from an airplane, you're sending radio waves out to sense the outside, the surrounding of the area. And Hounsfield asked himself, what if we turn radar around and try sensing something on the inside of our imaginary box? Is there any way to reconstruct an image, 2D or even better 3D, of what is inside? Turns out there are better ways than radar when it comes to looking on the inside, so let me give you a quick X-ray 101. Here's how an X-ray imaging works in theory. You have an X-ray source sending out X-rays, going through a test sample and being projected onto what's typically been a film plate. And this flat projection can be problematic. Features can overlap and become difficult to discern from each other. But what if we try to slice our test sample and just image a single stripe out of it? Well, you might think that this is even worse. How can we create a 2D or even better a 3D image out of a single strip of X-rays? It turns out we can't. But if we rotate our sample and take multiple stripes, we suddenly can. And the final hack here is to install an electronic X-ray detector and not use film anymore. But the problem is detectors are expensive, and even more so in the 60s. So our final hack is just to buy one single detector and move it in parallel with our source, which has the nice side effect that our rays are now in parallel too, and this makes our math a bit easier. And while Hounsfield pondered this idea, a few years before that, South African-born American physicist Alan M. Cormack had an idea too, and he asked himself, is there a way of reconstructing an image out of slices through a biological sample? And he published his theory and the math behind it in a physics journal. And back then, you could kind of guesstimate the success or the popularity of your article by the amount of physical postcards you got asking for a reprint of your paper. Cormack received 2 postcards. It wasn't very popular. But he also built a prototype that could retrieve an image of several metal discs embedded in this plastic rotating container here in the middle with a radiation source and detector on either side. And Cormack even went so far to offer his idea to radiologists and asked them if this wouldn't be helpful for their work. Back then they were working on positron emission imaging. And of course, no one was really interested. Most people didn't bother or found the idea plainly impractical. And also, Cormack later discovered that his math had been around quite some time and discovered by Johan Radon in a paper in 1917. Must have been pretty frustrating for him. But he kept up his good spirits, claiming later that my normal teaching and research kept me busy enough, so I thought very little about the subject until the early 70s. The early 70s is when Hounsfield builds and commercializes his first prototype, which is shown here. And by now you might have realized that it's not boxes and their contents we're interested in, it's people. So this is the clear image of the first prototype, showing the radiation source and a detector on that gantry, which is movable linearly, and the sample, which is able to rotate, and in this case the sample is a brain. And of course, you guessed it by now, Hounsfield built the very first CAT scanner, computed tomography. And as it's very uncomfortable for people to being rotated, commercial machines rotate the source and sensor around the patient rather than the patient inside the source and sensor. This is a video of the very first commercial machine, the ME Mark I, performing a scan on a patient, and you can see down there the source or detector moving in parallel, while the whole assembly is rotated on that gantry around the patient. Not a very fast procedure. This is the first clinical image acquired using that prototype. I think it has a resolution something around 80 by 80 pixels, and doctors were thrilled because of this. That's not good news for the patient, that's a cyst in the brain. However, they were thrilled that they could find these cysts, for example, or any other abnormalities in the human brain without having to cut open people, which is a huge step in diagnostics. Over the years, computer tomography developed, acquisition times have gone way down. The most common configuration that we have in use today is this fan beam setup here from 1976, with acquisition times now way under a second. For example, this is a rather recent scan of a 2018 Canon scanner, having a resolution of 2K by 2K and being acquired in way under a second. This is how more modern machines nowadays look once they're opened, showing the radiation source, the X-ray source, and the detectors on the opposing side. And you can see this nice fan geometry really nicely here. And this whole assembly rotates around the patient who's lying inside there, with this video showing an opened modern CAT scanner spinning up to full speed, which I clocked in around 4 or 5 rotations per second, allowing for an acquisition of 4 to 5 images per second, which is really fast. And this rotating stuff here is the noise that you hear when you're lying in one of those CT scanners, in contrast to MRT scanning noises, where you can hear the whole machine deflecting under the magnetic fields. All this paid out. Here is Hounsfield among the other 1979 Nobel Prize winners, where he, as well as Alan Cormack, received the Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine. So what's got all this to do with yarn art? You might ask yourself. Well, yarns are nothing more than X-rays in this case, just forming an image, just in reverse. So how do we go about reconstructing the image out of that? Let's start off with a very, very coarse sample. This is our sample, and we're going to scan it, just using 2 readings for now, resulting in these 2 lines. So we have this. How do we reconstruct that image? Well, let's just take them and naively blur them out and add them together, resulting in an image like this. And it's not exactly accurate, but also you can see, you get a rough idea of where higher densities and lower densities in our image are. So let's just continue this with more readings like 4, 8, 16, or 32. And with 32 readings, it actually looks quite decent. However, there's this thing, that nasty halo that's making our images difficult to read here. It looks super blurred. So to counter this, what we do is we have to sharpen the image before we smear it out and add it together. And there are a bunch of techniques such as unsharp masks, FFT-based techniques, kernels, but what they all have in common is we take each of our line readings and add to them a bit of edge detection, a bit more contrast, which results in those lines being blurred out together looking like this, which doesn't exactly look brilliant, but let's just continue as previously and just add more readings. And you can see with 16 and finally 128 readings, the image looks quite decent, especially when compared to the unfiltered version. And this whole algorithm is called filtered back projection, because we are projecting back those individual slice readings to form an image, and before we do that, we filter them so they have a bit more contrast and a bit more edges in order to get rid of this nasty halo effect. And this is one of the main reconstruction algorithms in computer tomography. Let's go back to our yarn and create the artwork. So in order to create this yarn artwork, what we have to do is, first inside of that yellow-orange ring, we have an image and we sample it by shooting virtual rays through it and accumulating all the brightness values which our rays intersect. And then we filter those values, again to get rid of those halos and give those values a bit more contrast. So how do you turn those brightness values that we have here into yarns? Think about it. We have a bright background and want to span black yarns where our image is dark. That means in those dark stripe readings here, we want to have a high yarn probability. So for our yarn probability, we just have to invert that image. So now in the dark areas, we have a really high probability for a yarn to be spanned, versus in the formerly very bright areas, there's now a very low probability of a yarn appearing. And then we just roll the dice. And for each of our values down here in a stripe reading, just randomly generate a value and check against our probability. If the value we generated is below this probability value, and if it is, we span a yarn. And then we just rotate the whole thing, do the same thing again, scanning the image, filtering it, inverting it to get the yarn probability, and rolling the dice and spanning yarns again. And if we do this over and over again, we get to this, or this, our own virtual yarn art. Here's just a brief look into the setup. I don't want to go into details. This is just the output the setup generates before being truncated. And there are multiple variables which you can dial in here. You can dial in the sharpening, the filtering. You can dial in the number of points that you want to have, filter radii, yarn probabilities, yarn density, etc., etc. But once you constrain the edges of those rays, of those lines to a circle, we get our yarn image formed. And I'm not sure about you, but I think that's pretty cool, and I personally don't know any other 3D app that could pull this kind of setup off. But that escalated quickly as well. So how do you learn all this stuff? And the honest answer to this is just through lots of frustration, lots of fighting through it, lots of working on your own setups and trying to make them work. But there might be a few sources which might help you. On the more abstract, more meta level, there are a few books which I can recommend. And the most current ones that I've read and that I can highly recommend when it comes to computer science, math, papers, or programming are Stephen Strogatz's Infinite Powers, which is the history and story of calculus. Really well written, really interesting book. And the other one is Deep Learning, a Visual Approach by Andrew Glassner. So if you're into deep learning currently, I think Glassner does a brilliant job of explaining that. And also Glassner's website is a treasure trove of information. So check that out too. But apart from books, there are more focused learning resources online. For example, for Houdini, sidefx.com, the developers of Houdini have a really well-curated learning library offering learning paths, tutorials, talks, everything, just a huge library. So I can highly recommend checking that out. And more generally, when it comes to math, programming, physics, there's a fantastic 3 Blue 1 Brown, which you definitely know, YouTube channel focusing on math, really well explained, fantastically visualized, absolutely loving this channel. Then there's the amazing Keenan Crane, whose work focuses a bit more on geometry processing, discrete differential geometry. And not only does he a really brilliant job in visualizing his papers and his lectures, he also made quite a bunch of his lectures accessible after COVID hit, so everyone can now benefit from his brilliant teaching. A bit more beginner-friendly is the Coding Train. So if you're a newbie to programming to scripting and like a quirky instructor, I can highly recommend this one, run by Daniel Schiffman. And he's using processing and P5.js, which isn't exactly the scripting language that's been used in Houdini, but is close enough as it's a C-style language, such as Houdini's Vex scripting language. On the comp-sci side, there's Reducible, which I think is becoming a bit like the 3 Blue 1 Brown for computer sciences. Also really well visualized, neatly explained topics from comp-sci. Furthermore, there's Sébastien Lague, covering a multitude of highly interesting topics in computer sciences. And finally, when it comes to papers, there are a few resources, such as Kisen Wang's homepage, collecting papers from the major computer science conferences all over the world. But most of the times I found papers alone being a bit hard to understand, a bit hard to read, and I had more success by following a few courses, for example, SIGGRAPH courses on certain topics, which are a bit more elaborate and take a more step-by-step approach to communicating certain findings or certain techniques. And then for more biology-inspired papers, there's the great algorithmic botany side, collecting a bunch of highly intriguing papers covering natural and botanic phenomena. We're almost there. Just want to present to you two more gems. One is Matt Ferrero's blog, an aerospace engineer writing on topics ranging from CNC machines to designing your own caustic windows. And he does such an amazing job at explaining math and the principles behind it. It is just a sheer pleasure to read his articles. And finally, there's yours truly, Entagma.com. If you want your quick fix of the theory and implementation behind procedural, non-standard setups, mainly in SideFX Houdini, come visit us, or if you just want to hear a nerd rant, come visit us over at Entagma.com. And with that, all that's left to say for me is thanks so much for attending. Thanks so much to SideFX for having me. Hope to get in touch online or potentially in real life when this pandemic blows over. And I wish you good luck and all the best here at SIGGRAPH Asia and for the future.
Hi, my name is Jan Trubac, and in today's presentation I will talk about my experience with Houdini and show you how I used it to create environments for my real-time short film, Deserted. But before we dive into that, here are just a few words about me and my work. I'm currently a freelance digital artist focusing primarily on procedural art. After graduating with a degree in computer science, I decided to focus on VFX. So for the last 2 years, I've been particularly interested in using real-time technologies in VFX, as I believe there is a lot of potential, especially when combined with procedural generation. What I like about procedural art is that it's relatively abstract in terms of problem solving, like that you look at the thing you want to create and try to find rules that describe it, rather than manually push and pull polygons, for example. There are also usually many ways to solve a problem, and I like the creative process behind it. Speaking of which, about 2 years ago, a good friend of mine challenged me to create a city using nothing else than Substance Designer, and to my surprise, I managed to win the Substance Insanity Award with it. So besides creating regular Substance materials, I really like to step outside the zone from time to time and experiment a bit. So here I have just a couple of examples. This is the city generator. By the way, there are not any separate 3D objects. It's 100% Substance Designer. The whole thing is just a single highly tessellated plane with a height map. So obviously it's not something you'd use in production, but I took it as a challenge or experiment to see how far I can push things. Similarly, here is the forest hill generator, where you can control the shape of the hills, size of the lake, as well as season, for example. Then I also got the opportunity to work with Level Up Digital, so I created a tutorial for them where I explain my entire process from start to finish. Again, this is just a tessellated plane, but here I also experimented with triplanar mapping to see if I can get some texture details on the sides of the walls and rocks. And last but not least is this sand dunes generator. Here is a still image, but it allows you to simulate the wind flow, so you can also create seamless animations with it, where the sand is being blown away and accumulated again, forming new dunes. Okay, and now we come to the main topic of this presentation, which is about the film Deserted. So first, I'd like to show you a short trailer, and then we'll continue with the breakdown. Alright, so everything you just saw was rendered in real time using Unreal Engine 5 on a mid-range laptop. The main idea was to do as much as possible procedurally, so all of the environments in the film, including deserts, cities, as well as ships, buildings, and materials, were created using Houdini and Substance Designer. This film is my graduation film at Tomáš Bati University in Zlín, and I was the only person involved in this, so I had to come up with the concept and did pretty much all the 3D modeling, texturing, animation, compositing, as well as sound design. So the film was made in about 9 months, and I was learning Houdini kind of on the fly. Okay, so here are the key areas I'm going to talk about today. We'll start with Houdini height fields, where I will show you how I use them to generate desert plateaus and sand dunes. Then I will break down the city generator, and finally we'll have a quick look at a relatively simple way of generating spaceships. Alright, so let's start with the desert plateaus. The goal was to create a rock formation while maintaining a good control over the shape and final appearance. I designed it with a modular approach in mind, so the generator creates smaller rocks that can be later combined in the engine to form larger formations, similar to those found in Tassili National Park in Africa. Okay, so in the reference images on the left, you can see that it has a very specific look with that flattened top and quite heavily eroded slopes. So I tried to mimic that in Houdini, and on the right, you can see the final result in Unreal Engine. Cool, so here you can see the individual steps showing how the final rock is made. So we start with a custom hand-drawn shape. It can be anything, really, but what's cool about this is that you can kind of art direct the look of the rock so that it fits the shot you're working on, for example. And then it's just a process of adding noise and erosion passes. So I will now switch to Houdini and show you how exactly I did that. Alright, so here we are inside Houdini, and let's take a look at this graph. So first, here is our height field, which is fairly low res. And then we draw our main shape here. Then we blur this, and we start to introduce some noise to this. Then we blur it and add it back on top so that we kind of get this smoother profile here. Then we add secondary noise to this to further break up the shape a bit. We can even also add these tiny rocks around the main rock to make it more visually interesting. Then we can blur it and remap to change the profile of the mountain. Then we distort again. And right now the ground is pretty much even everywhere, so what we can do is to introduce some noise to this as well and add this back on top. And here is our main erosion pass. So what I did here is that I cranked up the hydro as well as precipitation so that we kind of can get these stronger cuts in the terrain, which kind of defines the main look of the rock. If you are interested, you can pause the video and take a look at the parameters if you're interested in this kind of effect. Then we remap again to change the profile and make it more rounded. Then upsample and distort to get more details in there, and then we run another erosion pass to kind of create these smaller cracks. Then we do our terracing, so first we mask out the slopes, then we multiply them with this noise to kind of break up the mask, and then we do the terracing, which we also distort to kind of make it look more natural. Then we kind of work on the outside area a bit again. So we first mask out the border, smooth it, invert this, and we add this noise to this, just to the outside area, and add this back on top. And also we add one more erosion node to kind of connect everything together. Here we can add these cracks to make it more visually interesting, but right now they are pretty much evenly strong all around, which doesn't look very realistic, especially around the rock. So what we can do is to kind of mask out the outside area, smooth it, and so we can get something like this. Then we upsample again and run another terracing. Again, we mask the slopes, then we add noise to this, and terrace, which we also distort. We can also even run thermal erosion on this to kind of break it up even more. And then we run another erosion pass to get even these smaller details in there. And as we saw in the reference, the top was pretty much flat, so we also clipped the top of the mountain here. But first we kind of add this noise, so we kind of push it up a bit so that the top is not perfectly flat. And now we raise it up again with noise so that it's not super flat. And now we do more terracing. And because the top is not like perfectly flat, we kind of get these details in there, these kind of cracks, thanks to this terracing here. And then we again distort and move on. So we resample or upsample actually. And then we have our final erosion here that kind of connects everything together. And I wanted to add even more details on the slopes, so I calculated this flow field here. Again, I multiplied this with noise mask, so that it's not as regular. And then I also multiplied this by mask, which is only masking the slopes. And then we kind of got these additional details on the slopes. And finally, we run this final distort so that we can kind of get these crunchy details in there. And then we also add this additional noise to this. Then we do slumping so that we kind of connect everything even more together. And finally, we do one more slumping on the sides around the main rock. And this is basically the whole thing here. Alright, and then I converted the height field to mesh, extracted various maps that were created by erosion nodes, and finally poly-reduced it to a more reasonable poly count. Then I took this low poly mesh along with all the various maps and brought that inside Substance Painter, where I textured the model. In the end, I believe I generated around 5 of these rocks, and later in the Unreal Engine I placed them around the scene and combine them to form bigger formations. Okay, and that wraps up the desert plateaus, and now let's take a look at sand dunes. So, since the whole film takes place in the desert, I had to find a way to create vast deserts that reach all the way to the horizon. I originally wanted to code a solver for this, however, when I experimented with height fields, I found that I could achieve relatively good results by simply combining different height field pattern nodes, then distorting them with height field distort node, and finally running a bit of erosion on them, where I adjusted the settings to mimic wind erosion. And by utilizing this kind of artistic approach, I was able to exactly shape the look of the desert without any need for heavy simulations. I also wanted the desert to be diverse and interesting to look at, so I tried to avoid having only one pattern tiling over the entire landscape. While studying the reference images, I was blown away by all the shapes and patterns that the dunes form. You can see some examples in the pictures on the left, for example. So I wanted to capture this diversity in my generator as well. In the image above right, you can see a screenshot from Houdini, and in the bottom right, the final form of the dunes in Unreal. Okay, and now let's take a look under the hood. So the core of the system is 6 separate generators with different dune patterns that have been combined to create the final desert landscape. Each generator has a different dune size, and by combining them in the optimal way, it is possible to create a smooth transition from large to small dunes, as you can see in the image. And now let's open up Houdini and we'll have a look at how this works. Alright, so here we are back in Houdini. Here you can see we have our 6 generators here. So let's take a look at the first one. As you can see, it's just a simple pattern node with ramp. And then we distort it, distort again. And then we merge it with another pattern, which is rotated at different angles so that we kind of get these different directions in there. Then again, distort. And then we add this kind of another noise pattern or noise texture to this. And distort once again so that we kind of get this result here. And now let's take a look, for example, at some bigger dunes. So here we start with this whirly noise. Then again, distort, another distort, so that we kind of get these smaller like details in there. Another distort. Now it's kind of more wavy. Then we add this pattern there. So now we kind of have even more of these waves pronounced, and another distort node. So as you can see, it's just basically a lot of distort nodes pretty much everywhere in here. And now let's quickly take a look at the mask. So you can see it's pretty messy, but it doesn't really matter because we distort it again and then blur it. And the idea behind this is that we always kind of dilate the original shape, distort, and again blur it. And here we kind of work our way through this, always kind of expanding the mask. And here we just use this layer node with replace type to kind of combine them together. So here we have our first, second, and we kind of slowly, gradually add these there so that we have the transition. And then we also add this noise texture to this so that it's like not perfectly flat. We have some elevation differences there. And then we also push the middle up a bit. Then we do this final distort so that we kind of create this flow in there and help kind of connect everything back together. And this is our terrain here. And then I've added a couple of more details. However, the most important part of this is here. So here I've cropped a smaller section of the terrain so that I can demonstrate different erosion settings I've used to simulate various surface imperfections. So this chunk is now 400 by 400 with grid spacing 0.5, which is quite important because erosion works differently or behaves differently at different resolutions. And so this is our first example here. As you can see, it creates this kind of interesting waves there. And this is the setting for the erosion node if you're interested in this particular effect. Then we have this second effect, which is slightly different. It creates this kind of debris in there, as well as these wrinkles. And again, this is the settings. And finally, this effect here, which is actually an inverted erosion, which actually increases the volume of the dune. And that was like for the large scale dune, and I also have an example how it looks on smaller dunes. So this is again the first one. The only difference between these two is that I've just dropped the deposition rate here, because then it creates this kind of weird things there. Then here is the second one, pretty similar. Again, I've decreased the deposition rate as well as sediment capacity. And finally, this is the inverted, which kind of creates completely different look. And the idea behind this is just not to use a single erosion on the entire landscape. The key is to mask out certain areas and use many of these erosions at different places so that it kind of creates various details all around. And here, for example, I just quickly masked out by direction and just combined two of these erosions so that I can kind of get this more interesting effect here. Alright, and after that I split the height field into smaller, more manageable chunks and imported them directly into Unreal Engine along with some extracted maps from the height field. Now you may be wondering why I polyreduce the mesh when I'm using UE5, which has nanite. The reason is that I used ray traced shadows, which in my experience look better than lumen shadows. However, they don't work very well with nanite meshes. So in order to use ray traced shadows, I had to decimate the mesh a bit to maintain a reasonable frame rate. Then I created various sand ripple materials in Substance Designer, and in Unreal Engine I created a landscape material where I mapped these textures based on the masks from Houdini. Okay, and that wraps up the dunes, and now we can move to the city. So here are the main points I had in mind when creating the city, which is by far the most complex and detailed environment in the film. Because it's surrounded by barren desert, I wanted to make it to stand out, so I tried to make the city feel alive and bustling. To emphasize its industrial focus, I chose a simple design combined with dirty textures and the ever-present smoke. This film was my first sci-fi project, so I had to gather a lot of references that I relied heavily on during the production. On the left you can see some samples from the mood board, and on the right you can see my attempt at the city. Okay, and now we come to the individual building blocks of the city. But before we get started, I need to give credit where credit is due, and I have to thank Simon Frustrate for his amazing sci-fi building tutorial that my generator is heavily inspired by. So I think it's not necessary to cover my breakdown here, and instead I would like to point you to his tutorial that you can find both on the SideFX website and on Simon's YouTube channel. Okay, and here you can see just some more examples of buildings I created for the city. And now we get to the texturing. So the texturing process was pretty straightforward. I created several procedural materials and applied them to different parts of the building. However, in some shots, there was a noticeable texture repetition on the buildings. So I ended up replacing the material on some buildings with a triplanar material that I created in the shader. Now with the layout, I wanted to emphasize its sci-fi look, so I came up with the idea that the infrastructure could have a circuit board pattern. Again, there are already some great tutorials for that online, so I don't think I need to go into that here, but instead I'll show you how I placed the buildings into this layout. So here on the left you can see that if we randomly select a building and place it on the plan, the result is not very believable. Whereas on the right, we have something that already looks more like a city with smaller local centers and just generally more natural density of tall buildings. And here is a little peek into how this works. So basically we generate a noise texture, and based on the grayscale value we determine the height of the buildings. But there's more we can do to make it look even better, so let's jump into Houdini and let's have a look. Alright, so I've prepared this example. So here we start with the layout. Then we add facet to remove inline points, and then polyframe to calculate point normals, so that later when we add buildings they have the correct orientation. Speaking of which, here are 9 buildings, or actually just placeholders to keep it simple, and they are sorted from the smallest to the tallest. Then we plug them here inside this switch, and they are picked based on this point attribute building type that we calculate here inside this point wrangle. And then we have this attribute VOP where we create our noise. So here is AA noise and a couple of controls so that we can shape the look of the noise texture. So actually if I have a preview here, so basically as we change the parameters, we can tweak the noise with these controls here. Okay, and now let's take a look what it does. So by increasing this VOP noise intensity, we increase the influence of the VOP noise that defines which buildings are picked based on the grayscale value of the noise. And we can actually see this better if I disable this node. So now you can see that only the white areas have these tall buildings in there, which already looks quite good that we have these local centers with tall buildings. However, what we can also do is use this ramp, and if I just lower the value here, we can simulate the effect that like the tall buildings are only in the center of the city, which is probably more realistic. However, now we don't have any taller buildings here, so what we can do is to introduce some randomness to this. So we can maybe create something like this. And of course, we can also change the look of the city by changing these parameters here right inside the VOP here. Alright, and now let's quickly go over how it works. So here we just get information like the current number of iteration, how many points do we have, how many building types, radius of the city, as well as the noise value from the VOP for the current point. And here we do our calculations. So first we get the distance of the current point to the center of the city, which is at 0, 0. And then we divide that distance by the city radius. So what that basically means is that if the point is away from the city center, close to the edge of the city, we get a value close to 1. And on the other hand, if the point is more to the center, we get a value closer to 0. And finally, here we select what building we want. So here we interpolate between 0 and the total number of buildings we have, which is 9. However, we count from 0, so we have to subtract 1 from this. So we actually interpolate between numbers 0 and 8 by the VOP noise value multiplied by the distance profile to control the height of the buildings with respect to their distance from the center. And here is the randomization. So if the current iteration is smaller than a specified value, we generate a random point between 0 and 1 and multiply that by the building number. So basically we pick a random building. Okay, and now let's take a quick look at the internal division. So here I started with a basic shape, and essentially by using polyextrude and groups, I was able to create these individual parts. In the end, I also used lot subdivision from SideFX Labs to create panels on the walls to kind of break them up and add some detail. Okay, and then I added a wall around the city to protect it from the elements. So here the base shape is basically a convex hull of the previous base shape. And then again, it's mostly about extruding and blasting polygons. In the end, I once again used lot subdivision to create the paneling effect. This slide then shows the process of creating the port building, which serves as the landing area and is the center of the whole city. Again, I tried to quickly come up with some interesting look by extruding different polygons and finally adding panel details to maintain the same visual style. Then here are just some more examples of different random seeds in the generator. And here you can see the individual parts and on the right the final result. And that's pretty much it from the city, and now let's quickly move on to the last part, which is about spaceships. So I needed a generator that would allow me to generate different types of ships, from military to cargo, while still having the same visual style that would match the rest of the movie. I also wanted them to look believable, and by that I mean that I wanted these machines to look like they could exist in the real world, so some of the features were also inspired by real aircraft. As you can see in the reference and on the final model on the right, I went for that faceted look that we can see on some stealth aircraft, such as the F-117 Nighthawk, for example. And then of course I borrowed some features from various ships from both games and movies. Here you can see the basic breakdown of the ship design, starting with randomly generated shapes and progressing to the final form. We still have a few minutes, so let's quickly jump into Houdini and take a closer look. Okay, so back in Houdini, here we start with this simple shape that we feed into this feedback loop, where we scatter just a bunch of these simple objects on top of each other. Then we use symmetry to make it symmetrical. We delete small pieces and voxelize, so now it's one connected piece. And then we run a couple of polyreduce nodes so that we kind of get this faceted look. Then we use symmetry again to make it symmetrical. And now we want to make more space for the engine here. So what we can do is to generate this polygon here, at the bottom of the ship, and then we use ray to calculate the distance between this polygon and the points on the bottom of the ship. And then we just push these points down, creating more space for the engine. Now we want to add more details to the surface. So here I have this paneling effect, which is based on this lot subdivision from SideFX Labs. And then I just poly extrude a couple of the faces there. Now let's take a look at the canopy. So we start with this grid, then we project this to the surface of the ship, and then using lattice we kind of push this sphere here on this position there. And of course the reason why we do it this way is that every ship has a different height, and with this approach the sphere always snaps to the correct position at the top of the ship. And then we just transform it to give it this more canopy look, and do a couple of poly bevels, and that's pretty much it. And now let's take a look at guns here. First we select just the front facing polygons. Then we also delete polygons from the engine area, and also these small tiny polygons. And then we just scatter a bunch of points on them. And then on these points we later copy just a couple of these gun meshes and get this result here. And finally we add a couple of these details on the surface of the ship, like these probes, for example, to make the ship look a bit more interesting. And finally we also add the engine. And this is pretty much the finished model here. Alright, and here are some more examples of ships generated by the generator. And now finally to the texturing process. So the ships were textured using various procedurally generated sci-fi panel materials, and later in Unreal Engine I also mapped decals on the ships to make them look more interesting. And that's it. So I hope you found this presentation interesting and maybe took away some ideas for your projects. Sorry about the rush at the end, so if you have any questions, feel free to contact me, and thank you very much for watching, and take care.
Hello, I'm Álvaro García and I'm the director of Mayhem Mirror Studios. My VFX background includes companies such as MPC, DNEG or ALM. Last year I founded Mayhem Mirror Studios to create the Cito Yuna in real time and Crit Prototype, a biopunk video game, which is the one we are gonna use for this example, explaining how I use KineFX into Unreal Engine 5 for combat systems, cinematics or loopable animations. So Crit Prototype has two main workflows. They are very simple but quite effective. One of them is using root motion for combat systems. The reason of this is every single time we attack, the capsule moves with the character, and that's because the capsule is hooked to the root. For that, KineFX offers you the option of extracting the locomotion and put it back to the root. The second workflow is using looped animation, and for that again KineFX is offering different ways of looping your animation seamlessly, and you can add those cycles later into your blend space. This includes, obviously, as you can imagine, walking cycle, running cycle, any kind of loopable animation. Finally, some shared techniques or workflows is I always have the mindset that every single node matters. And this is not just because KineFX is more the philosophy of Houdini. So what I mean by this is because you are in a non-destructive environment, you shouldn't think always about the latest node. Let's say you have a rig pose node where you are animating, but you can still tweaking different nodes upstream, including the match pose, for example, or different proportions on your character that are gonna have a different results later. So here we have a Xsense motion capture that was actually captured not correctly. As you can see, the origin is not in 0, 0, 0. The forward vector is all over the place. This is not usable in a combat system. We don't have root motion. If you are doing a combat system based in root motion, this is an animation that you can't use. So what we need to do is to prepare the root motion. And you can do this in the source animation, or you can do this after retargeting. I think both are okay. I just prefer to do this in the source, so I have a clean motion capture ready to be retargeted, but you can do that afterwards. So to do that, we have the very useful extract locomotion node, which is basically gonna use any joint you want. In this case, I recommend you to use the hips. You can use obviously the head, but in most of the cases, you can use the hip and that's gonna be all right. And what you can see here is a temporal joint called locomotion. You can see this in the spreadsheet, which is gonna be later used to transfer that motion to the root of the character, so we are gonna have finally root motion. So you can see here that I'm only translating, and also is by default and makes completely sense, X and Z. You don't want to do root motion with Y, and even less if you are doing a combat system where you want to control the exact height of the jump, because maybe you have an internal logic like most of the games that you can jump, let's say 50 centimeters, so you can do that manually later on, not now. So now what you want is just the forward locomotion, and with that done, what you want to do with a rig pose, for example, is applying the locomotion. You can see this here. That is basically applying the transform on X and Z back to the reference, which is the root of the character. So now we can see our character is moving forward with the hip, but only in the flat axis. It's not jumping up with the root. We can just tweak that later. So this is our character from Crit. I'm not gonna stop too much on this. It's basically the retargeting system. It's gonna work all the time in the same way. The good thing of using a full body IK solver is you can have different joint numbers and different chains and hierarchies, and it's gonna still work as long as you have IK. So here you can see that I'm matching basically both poses. In this case, I always recommend you to enable target and source, but if you want to tweak the scale, use the source skeleton. Otherwise, your character, which is going to be the target, is going to be scaled down. In this case, to the Xsense scale, you want to do this in the other way around. I want to scale the source skeleton, which is going to be the Xsense skeleton, to the size of my character from Unreal Engine 5. So basically here you can see all the rotations I did. And now I map the points. And again, this is my 2 cents. Like, again, you can see here, there is a couple of joints that they are not mapped, but it's okay because I'm using a full body IK solver. Like, for example, there's only one neck joint in the Xsense, and we have two joints here. And you're gonna have still rotations in the joints, even for the twist bones. Because you are using a full body IK. So that's one of the good things of using a full body IK. And then finally here we have the solver. And again, you can later prepare food plans with a solver, but the less you use a simulation, the better. So now what I usually do is adding different pins with different weights and priorities to match the animation both together. And this is already like, let's say 80% of the quality you want to have in a motion capture. Obviously the feet are gonna need some adjustments, and we have a couple of nodes to do that. But again, if you want to spend time in a place before going down, is in the full body IK parameters and the iterations, the damping, a lot of things you can do here. Again, when you're using a solver, means that there is no just a single solution. There are many solutions depending on how you weight the different pins. You want the feet to be more close to the original source, or maybe you want, for example, let's say if I add here a new one, like for example, the hip. I want the hip, for example, to be the pelvis, having more weight there. So I can choose how my animation looks, and also this depends on how is your character. Is an enemy, is an old character, is very energetic, and that's gonna define how much weight I'm gonna put in the spine, in the feet, in the head, in different manners. So that's my recommendation. Spend a lot of time here in this solver before going down with different other solutions to correct positions. Another advantage of using a full body IK solver is that I can now, once I'm happy with my animation, change to different characters that they might have different proportions and different scales and hierarchies in their skeletons. Like, for example, I can play this and I can just, for example, change to Chris. I can see the results here in real time. So that's very useful, not just to retarget to different characters, but also to pre-visualize how it's gonna look, because I'm gonna only export one animation, and that animation can be used in different skeletons later inside Unreal. So this is how simple it is to make a loop inside KineFX. We use this for, again, any kind of blend space. Once you have the retarget done and your tweaks done of what is the animation, the motion capture, in this case, for example, you can see I just use even a cinematic acting, which is this, and then it does other actions. There is no loop whatsoever here. It's just stopping and starting. So what I do is all the classics of extracting locomotion. This is not needed at all, but it's just because I'm using the same branch and the same tree. What really matters is the moment I convert after retargeting my animation in the rig to a motion clip where I'm gonna pre-visualize exactly the range I need. I always put a little bit of handles, let's say 5 frames before the loop starts and 5 frames after the loop ends. For example, I use the contact to the floor in the right leg, and I know that's going to be my loop. Could be on 2s, could be on 4s, depending on how much you feel the energy of the animation. You need to keep this in mind because when we start looping something, we have a lot of spine bending forward, and when we want to stop the loop, our body tends to bend back the spine. So that's something a bit dangerous. But once we are happy with that, we just do the cycle here, which is gonna have a lot of different options that you need to tweak by your own. This is just a pre-visualization, how many cycles I want before and after. What is the joint, and this is very important, that is gonna be the locomotion, in this case, the root. Most of the cases you want to use the root. Obviously, as before, X and Z. And finally, the blending technique. In this case, I want to preserve the length, so there is no kind of jump, but depending on what is the energy, you can use different options. How many frames? In this case, 10, I found the best result. Sometimes if it's very close, can be snappy and can use 2-3 frames. But in this case, because this was not meant to be a loop, I made this a loop from nowhere. I used 10 frames and it's more or less working. The bias, left and right from the previous and the next loop, etc. One important thing is this one. This is what is going to create the seamless loop for Unreal Engine. Keep in mind that you need to be careful of the potential jumps because Unreal Engine is going to loop that for you later. So the best way of be sure that it's going to work is clicking this on, so we know that the latest frame of the loop is going to be like the first frame of the next loop. And finally, we can evaluate to see how it looks. So the loop, as you can see, from a clip that was not meant to be a loop at all, is working pretty nicely. Maybe there is a little bit of jumping there, you can see, but again, consider that, again, if you do a loop, usually you record also motion capture for loops. But it's working nicely, and you can see again all the results in real time, at the same time, in parallel. Yeah, it's working pretty nicely. I believe that one of the most interesting areas in KineFX is how this framework can bring animators into Houdini. That it's being honest, something a little bit intimidating for many, but I believe that this kind of visual interaction is going to help to animators just to jump, and having a character with no need of a rig almost ready to go. So obviously the first one I already mentioned is the visual feedback. As you can see in the picture, we can see all the motion paths that they are also editable in the viewport, which is always a plus. The motion path is great also to know the timing and spacing. As you can see, the different big keys and the in-betweens there, the interpolation. So that gives you a sense of the speed. As you can see, for example, in the picture, the sword goes way faster in the loop and then goes slow because it's not doing more actions. And that is something that an animator is gonna always understand and read almost blindly. At the same time, you don't need to rig. So obviously, if you are doing complex animations with a lot of IKs and contact points, you need a proper rig. And you can do that with KineFX as well. But even for simple animations or tweaking or motion capture editing, you can just jump into that and use different rig poses in a layer fashion to edit your animations and enhance and exaggerate the source motion. As I mentioned, nodes replace layers. I think this is always a plus because you can branch out different works in a visual way that, to be honest, for example, being used Nuke back in the days use After Effects, and to me, once you start using nodes, you don't want to come back. So the option, the nodes replacing a layer workflow is always a big thing, because not just is non-destructive, it's also branching out into different versions to show to the client or to try new things. And finally, we have nodes to help with secondary animation, which most of the cases is something repetitive, and we can automate that with different options to have a little bit of overlap, to exaggerate hip motion, to have a little bit of extra energy in our animations. So now that we have a visual feedback in the viewport, we can also edit different keyframes to have a better loops in the motion paths in the different limbs. So for example, if I go to this moment that the character attacks here, we can see the arc of the hand going in a almost perfect cycle. I can play around and exaggerate that. So let's take, for example, the upper arm here, and I can see also here how the upper arm is moving. So we can see now a new UI where we can add keys on the fly. So if I go, for example, let's say here, and I press Control left click, I can create a new key that now I can edit if I want, but I can also move it. Remember, we are exaggerating, so we can do these things. I can see in real time how the entire arc is moving. So you can play with a squash and stretch, you can play with rotations, and the beautiful thing is that you can see your entire arcs in real time, and you can now exaggerate your motion. The same thing happens, for example, with the hip motion. In this case, I'm going to play with the transform, where I'm going to see the pelvis. As I mentioned before, now we can exaggerate the jump. So now we see the jump there in the maximum peak. And now what I want to do is to create maybe a key here. Let's say Control, click here, one key here, and another one here. All visual. So now if I press the pelvis, I can see one key there and another key there. The final key is going to be around here. And now I don't even need to move. I can just put this up, and this is going to be my new arc. So now I can play around with this and exaggerate my entire jump. Obviously, I'm doing this in the fly, but with the proper time, you can work with this, and also you can even change the entire animation, making the jump even more moving forward, starting a little bit more in the back. And we can do this even if we don't move in the through the time track, because an animator usually moves better seeing the curves. And now we can have a more exaggerated motion. So that's one of the most interesting parts of rig pose, that you don't need to know about Houdini, about taking something. You can see the path and you can start playing around with the different results in real time. Finally, I want to mention secondary motion node, which is going to be useful to do this kind of overlaps or exaggeration in specific limbs without animating. Obviously, this is more like an area where you need to experiment with to see the results. Here you can see a little bit of jiggle in the head, just to exaggerate, you know, the jump and how the head moves. This is too much, obviously, but you can play around. And this is more useful in case you have like different limbs, creatures, maybe in humans are a little bit more not needed in this case, but you can, for example, let's say take the hand, right hand. I can play around now with the jiggle here if I want to have a little more rotation in the sword. As you can see, it's very simple to do. It's just a matter of selecting the group of joints you need, and then you see that the hand has a little bit of extra weight that in the motion capture didn't have, because was obviously with not the weight of a proper sword. You can see that you have different options and you can play around with that, but it's indeed something really, really useful. I usually work with different rig pose nodes, following the idea of playing with layers, but in this case, as I mentioned, with nodes and different functions. Like the first one, it was all about playing around with the different motion paths for the different limbs and root motion. Then I have a correction for the hands. We can see the difference here. I'm going to deactivate this because it's baked. So we can see the fingers working there and corrections. We have head correction in specific moments. Then I have a layer of tweaks. Then I have a transform. And then I have a final rig pose that also is very useful. You can bake out all the animation here. And from there, obviously in this part is destructive, but it's because, let's say, it's approved the motion. I want to create the windows of opportunity to press the next button and following the combo. So now we can see here a sum of all the animations with already the exaggeration of the root motion. I don't jump this high, as you can imagine, with the space in betweens that is very useful for video games. So the animation has freezing moments. You can see this in many fighting games, where you can still pressing the button and you can see the impact in the enemy. So if you don't press the button, you end the combo here, where the Unreal Engine is going to blend to the rest pose. Otherwise, you press the button and it's going to do the final attack there. You can see the exaggeration, you can see the head jiggling there, you can see all the different layers we already set up. In terms of motion editing, also the rig pose node, more related with fighting systems, is quite useful to set up the room between different attacks with different timing and space, and having this visual feedback. For example, in this case in the picture you can see how I'm using the root to see what is the space the character is moving. When you are doing a fighting system, it's not just about the attacks and the timing, it's also about the spacing. Usually attack is an opportunity to move through the map. So with this I can always balance and reanimate in a granular fashion the different distances of the different attacks, so you expect something that makes sense for the player rather than something random depending on how you did the motion and the actor did the different spacing that maybe that doesn't need to know that exactly. So you as a game designer, you can readjust the different root motion in different windows. So more or less the attacks are expected to fall in an area that makes sense. So with that also you can have the control of anticipation, action and recovery, creating different rooms that I'm going to show later to have a moment where you can keep pressing the button so you can keep attacking, giving enough not just spacing but timing to press the button. Also, because we are working in video games, exaggeration is a key point to tackle when you are using rig pose. This is not just because about the spacing through the map, it's also about the reward of pressing the button. Remember, this is not for VFX, this is for video games, so it needs to feel satisfying. When you press the button, you need to feel powerful. So for that means that you need to exaggerate the root motion in these different windows. Finally, a small mention that you can use different nodes to blend different animations inside KineFX for cinematics, so you don't need to record all the takes all together. You can have different animations and then you can stitch them inside KineFX.
It is not our moment! You want to kill yourself? Go! I will wait here. Yeah, you can call me a coward now. I know you were waiting for this moment. Enjoy. At least I'm able to see our own limits, goddammit! Fine! Let's go.
Thank you very much for watching. I hope this was useful, or at least inspire you to try new techniques and workflows where visual feedback and visual interaction is quite relevant. I really believe that retargeting is an art, and I think KineFX is going to offer you that window. So if that's the case, I wish you all the luck in your projects. Thank you again. Bye bye.